Okay, good afternoon. Welcome. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission, Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's review session of the City Planning Commission. Today's date is October 30th, 2023. I am joined in the hearing room here by Vice Chair Knuckles, Commissioners Bozorg, Dweck, Kermani, Osorio, and Rampersad. Before we get to our agenda, I just want to make a note of two upcoming workshops for the Department of City Planning's neighborhood plans and invite any member of the public who might be interested. Alongside the City and State Departments of Transportation and the City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, we are holding 3 simultaneous walkshops this Saturday, November 4 at 10 a.m. as part of our ongoing vital work to reimagine the Cross Bronx Expressway. After seemingly endless rainy Saturdays, I'm happy to say that we should have sunny skies to get out in our Bronx communities. The first tour will start at Hugh Grant Circle and cover the neighborhoods of Parkchester and Unionport. The second starts at Prospect Playground and covers Crotona and Claremont. And the third is a Spanish language tour that begins on the corner of East 174th and Webster Avenue, and will also walk through Crotona and Claremont. You can RSVP for this and all upcoming sessions in this series at crossbronx.info. We're also holding our public engagement kickoff for the Long Island City Neighborhood Study with Councilmember Julie Wan next Monday, November 6 at 6:30 p.m. at Culture Lab, located at 5-25 46th Avenue in Queens. This collaborative planning study represents a great opportunity to create housing and income-restricted housing, new jobs, open space, and improved resiliency in Western Queens. Finally, we received some fantastic news from earlier this month. New York City has now set a record high for the total number of public and private sector jobs in our history at 4,709,400 jobs. With this milestone, the city has regained all of the 946,000 private sector jobs that were lost during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have now exceeded our previous record of 4,702,800 jobs that was set in January 2020. To celebrate, Mayor Adams has been working on a Working People's Tour to highlight the hardworking New Yorkers who power our economy, introduce new economic interventions, and hear from those who are still lacking access to opportunities. I recommend that you check out those announcements for the latest on our ongoing economic success. On the heels of that great news, today's agenda includes an extremely important citywide initiative that will contribute greatly to New York City's ongoing economic growth, the Department of City Planning's proposal for City of Yes for economic opportunity. I will talk about that one in a little more detail in a bit. But before I do, let's talk about the other nuts and bolts of today's agenda. It will include a special presentation to offer an update on the Brooklyn Borough-based jail by the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice and the Department of Corrections. We'll hear about a proposed commercial overlay at 80-01 Broadway in Elmhurst, Queens, to bring all commercial uses in this 2-story building, including a law office, into compliance with existing zoning on the site. We'll also learn about 2 proposed mixed-use buildings at 281-311 Marcus Garvey Boulevard in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, that would create 155 new homes, all of them income-restricted. This project would be close to multiple bus lines, as well as Herbert Von King Park and Raymond Bush Playground. The Commission will next look at 817 Avenue H in Midwood, Brooklyn, a project that's aiming to create over 40 homes, a quarter of them income restricted, along with community facility space. This site is located 2 blocks from the B68 bus stop and 6 blocks from the Q Trains Avenue H station. We will also hear details on 1289 Atlantic Avenue, a proposed mixed-use building with around 110 homes, of which nearly 35 would be income restricted. Located adjacent to the Nostrand Avenue Long Island Railroad Station and a short walk from the A and C subways and the B44 bus stops, this transit-oriented development would also contain ground floor retail and community facility space. Over in Red Hook, Brooklyn, we have before us a proposed development that would bring a mixture of light manufacturing, office space, and ground floor retail to this neighborhood. Located at 41 Richards Street near Coffee Park and a New York City ferry terminal, The project is expected to create nearly 150 jobs if approved. The last new project for today is a parking waiver for 15-21 West 124th Street in Harlem. Located across the street from Marcus Garvey Park, this transit-oriented development would create 33 homes. It is close to Metro North, the 1 and 2 subway lines, and over half a dozen bus lines, a prime example of the type of site that should not have to sacrifice homes to build unnecessary parking. The Department of City Planning looks forward to removing these onerous parking requirements across the city as part of our City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative. Finally, the Department of City Planning's South Richmond zoning relief proposal is back from the City Council with a few modifications for us to review. I will note that we may change the agenda up a little bit throughout the course of the afternoon, so bear with us, but that is the sum and substance of the individual applications. Now, on to what I would regard as the main event of today, our proposal for City of Yes for Economic Opportunity. This plan will bolster flexibility, remove outdated zoning rules, and generally make life easier for businesses of all sizes, but especially our small businesses across our commercial and industrial sectors. Many parts of our zoning resolution for commercial and industrial districts haven't been updated in over 60 years and no longer reflect a modern economy. In many places, they arbitrarily and needlessly restrain small business growth, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Some examples. In certain commercial corridors, you can easily cite a tennis court, but not laser tag. In a home, you can be a music teacher, but not a barber. You can have a rock band in a bar, but in many places, can't dance to a DJ. You can bake bread, but you can't make salsa on a retail street. Gardening indoors can be a hobby, but the minute you make a business out of it, zoning can get in the way. Those barriers contribute to our city being less vibrant, having fewer people able to start that business, having one more vacant storefront, having one more business leave their neighborhood or the city overall to expand. City of Yes will make sure that our zoning is helping and not hindering our city's ongoing economic success. With this thorough citywide initiative, we are saying yes to many more types of stores in our neighborhoods, making it easier for small businesses to open and thrive, and helping reduce storefront vacancies. This change will have a major benefit for small business owners, those who can't afford to go through a lengthy land use review process. Yes to the largest expansion of space available for manufacturing in over 60 years by permitting small-scale, clean production businesses to locate in commercial areas for the first time, more than doubling the space available for businesses like pottery studios, microbreweries, and apparel makers. Yes to making it easier for life sciences hubs to grow and to expand, securing the New York City region's role as the gravitational center for this fast-growing industry for decades to come. Yes to supporting entrepreneurs by allowing a wider range of home businesses to create more opportunities for this important ecosystem in our residential areas, where today more than 600,000 New Yorkers work at 76,000 businesses. By the way, that's more people than live in the city of Baltimore. Yes to creating a path for 265,000 New Yorkers to gain easy access to new corner stores where they could buy basic necessities, an option that can't be easily built under zoning in these residential areas. Everyone deserves to have access to the necessities, and this change would make that possible. While New York City's jobs are back from the worst of the pandemic and higher than ever before, it's through these changes that we can keep the momentum going for New York City's ongoing prosperity. City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, just like the other two initiatives in our City of Yes package, is truly tremendous in its breadth and scope for every corner of this city. That is why we began our community outreach early and often in the last year and a half. We met with over 100 groups, had 5 well-attended public information sessions, and heard from countless New Yorkers to make sure that this proposal was shaped to address their needs. We also released the draft zoning text a full month ago on our website to give New Yorkers a head start on the formal public review process. I'd like to thank the organizations that have already come out in support of City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, including all 5 chambers of commerce, the Association for a Better New York, the Freelancers Union, you should read Rafael Espinal's op-ed, excellent, the Long Island City Partnership, the New York Building Congress, New York City Hospitality Alliance, Union Square Partnership, and several individual businesses, large and small. I look forward to hearing more about this essential and far-reaching initiative from its lead planner, Matt Waskiewicz, in a few moments. But before we do that, I just wanted to say, on behalf of all of us here, there's a lot of people who have been working really hard on this proposal. You're going to hear from Matt, and he's been amazing. He's done an incredible job in pulling it all together. But the team at the Department of City Planning has been working day and night and crafting this thing over many months and pulling it together. This is hard work, detailed work, labor intensive, requires lots of meetings, lots of engagement, every possible effort made to engage communities early and to get this thing right. I just want to let you know, I see this every single day. It's incredibly impressive. I'm grateful to all of you, and I know that everybody, when they hear the official proposal, although we've been talking about it now for a year and a half, they're going to continue to be impressed and grateful to all of you and all of your work. So thank you for that. Now I'm going to turn to Sarah, who I believe will officially call Matt up to the stage.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the City Planning Commission Review Session for Monday, October 30th, 2023. The time is 1:12 p.m. and a quorum is present. I'll note we are also joined by Commissioners Crowell, Gold, and Marin on Zoom as well. The first item on our agenda is a non-ULIP referral for a citywide zoning text amendment. Our presenter is Matthew Waskiewicz.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Chair Gorodnick, and thank you, Commissioners. And I also wanted to start off by thanking my colleagues at the department. And I am the lead planner and project manager for City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, but there are, quite honestly, probably 5 or 6 dozen staffers throughout the agency alone who've worked on this project at least on a weekly, if not on a daily basis. So the work that you're seeing today and the start of the formal public review is the result of a year and a half of in-depth process and community engagement that's led us to this moment. So just wanted to thank you and to start off by introducing myself. My name is Matt Waskiewicz. I am a senior planner here at the department in the Economic Development and Regional Planning Division. I have about 30 minutes worth of presentation, and I'll kick things off now. So more than 60 years ago, Jane Jacobs wrote in her seminal work, Death and Life of Great American Cities, that, quote, among the most admirable and enjoyable sights to be found along the sidewalks of big cities are the ingenious adaptations of old quarters to new uses. Jacobs goes on to describe, for example, a brewery turning into a theater, a house turning into a makerspace, a school becoming a print shop, among others. But ironically, Jacobs wrote these words the same year the 1961 zoning resolution made many of the changes of use she described either much harder or, in fact, even impossible to accomplish. So before we dive in to the policy itself, I think it's helpful to go over what zoning governs when it comes to businesses in New York City. Zoning defines hundreds of what we consider to be uses or business types and sorts them by zoning district and regulates things like what kinds of business activities you can do in your space and how big you can be. And because in many cases, the way that our zoning regulates business activities hasn't been updated since 1961, there are outdated and sometimes counterproductive regulations on business activity. Things like preventing a bar from advertising the showtime a band might perform, or a strict square footage cap on how much space a bakery can devote to baking. So knowing that our zoning for businesses was in need of a refresh, we've been on a listening tour for a year and a half now, asking small business owners, chambers of commerce, business improvement districts, industrial service providers, and other stakeholders across our city ways that our zoning might be getting in the way of either establishing or expanding a business. As Chair Gorodnick mentioned, we've met with well over 100 groups. We've had 5 citywide public information sessions with New Yorkers. And we've heard from countless folks about the challenges that you face. So this proposal and these initiatives have been shaped by what we've heard. And a lot of what we've heard is that, let's face it, New York City can be a pretty challenging place to run a business, and oftentimes dealing with government regulation that's frustrating or slow or confusing or just simply illogical. And all of that red tape can make it hard to invest and start a business. And that in turn contributes to a city that is just less vibrant and fewer people being able to start a business in a storefront, maybe being able to occupy a vacant storefront space, or just having to leave the neighborhood or the city overall to expand their business in the way they wish to do so. So our rules governing businesses, many of which have been unchanged in 60 years, are holding our businesses back, either by restricting them outright from locating or regulating how they do business in some sort of old or complicated way that's just not clear, in ways that cost our businesses time and money. So our overarching vision for this work is to make sure our zoning works for our economy and not against it. And as a result of this initiative, we want to make sure that our zoning resolution is more simple, more adaptable, and more modern. So how do we achieve this? We have 4 goals for this work. The first, we want to make it easier for businesses to find space and grow. The main way we propose to do this is by lifting zoning barriers so businesses can be closer to their customers. Second, we want to support growing industries and boost them by reducing obstacles for emerging business types, which can help these businesses thrive across our city and create jobs. Third, we want to foster more vibrant neighborhoods and enable more business-friendly streetscapes by ensuring that our businesses contribute to more active, safe, and walkable streets. Fourth, and finally, we want to create new opportunities for businesses to open by updating our zoning toolkit for our modern economy in ways that can boost job growth and business expansion in all 5 boroughs. We have 18 proposals, and I'll go through each of them now for ways to meet our goals. Goal number 1, we want to make it easier for our businesses to find space and grow by lifting zoning barriers so that businesses can locate closer to their customers. So in most cases, our zoning rules governing businesses, as you've heard me mention a few times already, they have not been updated since 1961, and it shows. Storefronts deemed non-conforming, they face an arbitrary 2-year time clock for reactivation. This is a direct contributor to storefront vacancy in our city. We have similar zoning districts that may be located along the same corridor or even on opposite sides of the street from one another, and yet they allow for different kinds of businesses. This is an outdated and confusing set of rules that routinely holds business back from locating or expanding in our neighborhood commercial streets. And despite changes in technology and a vastly different economy, our zoning's rules are stuck with terms like shoddy manufacturing and typewriter repair, and is long past due to update our terminology and our rules for the 21st century. So our first 6 proposals do just that, making our zoning more simple, more adaptable, more modern, so businesses can more easily locate and grow. Proposal 1. There are thousands of storefronts in that dot our city's residential areas. These businesses, they provide access that's vital to local goods and services for people who might live a bit further from the nearest commercial corridor. But many of these storefronts predate the 1961 zoning resolution, and so they're not allowed under current zoning. And what this means is that in most instances, if a storefront were to go vacant for more than 2 years, in many residential areas of our city, there is no way in our zoning to reoccupy that storefront space with another form of commercial business. And so it would either have to remain vacant or adapt to another purpose. So we think this is a clear example of our zoning contributing to storefront vacancy. We want to remove that 2-year time clock where it exists and allow vacant storefronts to become reoccupied. Proposal 2. It's about simplifying regulations for our commercial streets by allowing for consistent business types in similar zoning districts. So today, we have neighborhood retail corridors that are typically zoned either C1 or C2, and we have higher density and more centrally located business districts that are typically zoned C4, C5, and C6. Now, there are sometimes important distinctions between these districts. For example, C4 and C6 districts, different regulations regarding bulk, but there are also arbitrary distinction on what kinds of businesses can be in each district. And many of these districts are located in similar places, even across the street. So you might find walking along a street that the left side allows movie theaters, but on the right side, they're not allowed. Or you might want to open up a bike sale shop, and you can do that today on either side of the street. But if you also want to rent or repair your bicycles, you might have to relocate across the street just to expand your business in the way you want. We think these distinctions don't make any sense anymore, and so we want to simplify them. Treat similar zoning districts in a similar way. Allow for a consistent mix of businesses across our C1 and C2 districts, and allow for a consistent mix of businesses across our C4, 5, 6, and 7 districts, removing arbitrary barriers along corridors that are getting in the way of businesses being able to locate in a particular area. You can see here more detail about current and proposed uses across many varieties of commercial districts we have in our zoning today. So we're proposing to treat our two varieties of neighborhood commercial corridor, C1 and C2, in a similar way. As a practice, city planning has tended to map C2 districts over the last couple of decades, in part because of a more sensible mix of business types that are allowed in these areas. Similarly, we are proposing to collapse the many kinds of distinctions among our more centrally located or higher density central business district zoning designations. We're also seeking to repurpose the C7 designation to create a zoning district that allows for the same range of uses as these other kinds of districts, and more about that in a later proposal. Also, as a part of Proposal 2, we're seeking to remove restrictions on certain uses such as clothing rental shops and instructional facilities, dance studios, that are allowed in our C4 and C5 districts today, but are prohibited from occupying ground floor space. In many instances, we think it makes sense. If the business is allowed in the district, it should be allowed on the ground floor as well. Proposal 3, it allows for small-scale clean manufacturing and production spaces to flourish across our city by allowing them for the first time in many commercial areas. Today's zoning, it allows for limited kinds of manufacturing to occur in Midtown, but it restricts most production activities to the city's industrial areas. Now, there are many kinds of clean production, things like food and beverage making, apparel design, jewelry making, 3D printing, and the like, that are perfectly appropriate to locate in a storefront or office setting and may in fact benefit from being able to locate closer to their customers. Now, these businesses would be subject to environmental standards to ensure they're not negatively impacting their neighbors, but we think this proposal makes a big difference in allowing for New Yorkers to make things and sell them in the same space. Proposal 4 is about modernizing our city's loading rules for existing buildings. Today, if a building tenant were to change from offices to, say, one of the maker spaces I mentioned on the last slide, they're not required to change the amount of parking they have to provide, but they may trigger a rule for additional loading docks. Now, this may be cost prohibitive, in part because if you're, for example, in 120 Broadway, it's a landmark building. You're not able to cut a loading dock into the side of the building even if you wanted to. But in another building, the building layout may just not facilitate the ability to have that loading. And regardless of that, many of these businesses may not need additional loading. They don't want additional loading, and yet our zoning requires it based on an outdated formula from over 60 years ago. So our proposal here is to enable adaptive reuse of existing buildings by not requiring additional loading docks for a change of use in that building. New construction, however, still has to add a number of loading docks appropriate to the proposed mix of uses in that building. Proposal 5 expands options for businesses above the ground floor. Today, our zoning allows for many kinds of businesses to have a mix of residential and commercial uses, but our zoning sometimes restricts business activity from being able to use upper floors. Now, this limits options for buildings to be built that are new, that contain both residences and businesses, and it also limits options for buildings to adapt over time. So, for instance, in some commercial areas, you can have a second story that includes a medical office, but if that medical office were to go away, there's no way in our zoning to reoccupy that second floor space with another kind of office. So in these kinds of circumstances, we want to allow for second story commercial spaces. In other places, you can have businesses that are able to locate above the first and second floor, but you cannot allow for businesses and residences at the same level, and you also cannot allow for business activity to occur above residences. So we want to enable renovations or new construction of mixed-use buildings in places where it makes sense. This is especially useful for things like a rooftop restaurant or a large-scale renovation where different sections or elevator banks of a building may serve different purposes in the future. Now, to ensure safety and sound mitigation, we require complete separation between the residential and non-residential parts of any building, including separate entrances, and if the building needs it, separate elevators. Proposal 6 is about updating our use regulations for the 21st century. So in most cases, since 1961, we've not seen a comprehensive update to reflect changes in business practices or the economy and the way that our zoning regulates business type. So these regulations are full of antiquated and confusing terms that make it harder for small businesses in particular to know where they can locate and what they can do in their space. For example, our zoning is very clear on where telegraph offices are allowed to locate, but it's a lot less clear on where a cell phone repair shop can go. So we're doing 3 things here to make it easier for small businesses, city agencies like the Department of Buildings, and the general public better able to understand this particularly unclear and outdated part of our zoning resolution. First thing we're doing is reorganizing categories of uses we have in zoning, use groups, into something more coherent based on business sector and building type, such as retail and services, places of assembly, and production. Second, at the same time, we're modernizing the definitions or terms that we have for our retail, services, and manufacturing uses so they better align with the city's current economy. Third, in some special districts, you have use terms like typewriter repair that are especially antiquated. So we want to update these terms as well, so all of our rules fit together in ways that are easier for businesses to understand. On to our second goal. We want to support growing industries by reducing obstacles in our zoning for emerging business types, thereby boosting these growing industries. So each of the industries highlighted in our second goal, urban agriculture, life sciences, nightlife, amusements and experiential businesses, and home-based businesses, faces ambiguity or outdated restrictions in our zoning today, and we want to address these obstacles so we can help emerging business types thrive across our city and create good jobs across all 5 boroughs. Proposal 7. There's a particularly confusing part of our zoning called enclosure, and it sometimes makes it hard to understand when a business can have an outdoor component or be allowed to operate indoors. For instance, if you're a florist or a plant shop, it's unclear how much of your business can be in the outdoors part of your zoning lot. And while our zoning is clear that you can have outdoor urban agriculture in a commercial area or a greenhouse in a commercial area, if you want to do what you would do in a greenhouse, but in a completely enclosed storefront space or office location, you're prohibited in our zoning from doing that today. So we want to clarify that indoor agriculture, such as growing hydroponic tomatoes, is a permitted use in commercial areas, and if someone obtains a license from the state, growing cannabis is permitted as well. Proposal 8, life sciences. It's a growing industry in our city today, and so we want to make sure that our zoning is clear on what kinds of laboratory activities are allowed in commercial areas so these innovative companies can grow without zoning being a barrier to that growth. Over the last few years, there's been some confusion as to what kinds of labs can locate in commercial areas versus being appropriate to locate in industrial areas. And a 2016 City Department of Buildings, EDC, and City Planning memo sought to clarify this. So our proposal is to codify the intent of that memo and make clear that if you're a life sciences business, unless you have the potential for environmental hazards, that you're appropriate to locate in any commercial area. We're also expanding where an applicant could use an existing laboratory special permit, allowing more biotech incubators to locate near institutions, so cutting-edge research can more easily spin off into new therapies, vaccines, and medical devices. Proposal 9. Our zoning today is confusing and outdated in the way that it regulates nightlife in ways that are both harmful to communities as well as businesses that are trying to understand the rules. We want to create more straightforward regulation based on the capacity of the venue, not the type of entertainment it offers. This proposal will finally do away with the last remnants of the notorious and discriminatory cabaret law, while also putting safeguards in place that protect quality of life for New Yorkers. Let me go into more detail on just how confusing the rules are today. Today, you can have a bar or a restaurant, and they're allowed to have live music today in any commercial district, whether that live music takes the form of background dinner accompaniment or a full band with amplified sound up to a 200-person capacity. But in some places, that same restaurant might be prohibited from having the band charge a cover, advertise as showtime, or from hosting other forms of live entertainment like a comedy or open mic night. Furthermore, it's still illegal in certain areas under zoning to dance in a bar, club, or restaurant, even though the City Council repealed the cabaret law several years ago. New York City has a long history of discriminatory practices regarding nightlife, and our zoning is a relic of this past and how it continues to restrict ticketed music, comedy, and dancing in many locations. So our proposal aims to clarify when a bar or restaurant can host dancing or other forms of entertainment with posted showtimes or cover charges by regulating business activity based on capacity, not activity. This means that live comedy, DJs, dancing, and ticketed events would now be treated the same under zoning, but venues would have their occupancy limited to 200 people, roughly the size of a regular storefront, and the same size that a live band can have today when locating in neighborhood commercial districts. Bigger venues would be limited to central business districts like Midtown, as well as the city's industrial areas. Now we know that sometimes bars and restaurants can create concerns in the community, and so we want you to know that we've been working closely with our colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and other city agencies to protect quality of life for New Yorkers. Department of Buildings and FDNY rules around occupancy and safety, DEP regulations around amplified sound, and community board stipulations during the liquor licensing process all help to ensure that venues are being good neighbors. And programs like Mend NYC can step in and mediate any lingering issues that may arise between nightlife venues and community members. But it is long past due to repeal the cabaret law in all of its forms, and this proposal finishes the job while keeping nightlife venues small in neighborhood settings. Proposal 10. The way that our zoning regulates amusements and experiential businesses hasn't kept up with things like trampoline parks, virtual skydiving, children's arcades, virtual reality, and it basically restricts most kinds of amusement uses to Coney Island or the city's industrial areas. Yet you can look to our neighbors to the north in Westchester or across the Hudson in New Jersey, and you'll find all kinds of fun, family-friendly activities that are allowed. So what we're proposing here is to both simplify and modernize the way that our zoning thinks about these kinds of businesses, allowing them indoors and at a small scale in neighborhood commercial corridors, and at a larger scale and more centrally located in higher density areas like Midtown. Proposal 11. Many New Yorkers start their business in their home, and we allow for a wide range of home businesses in our zoning today, but there are specific types of businesses that are not allowed to locate in the home. For instance, you could be a lawyer or a music teacher, regularly have clients visit you in your home, but you could not be a barber or an interior designer. We want to remove these iniquities, update the rules for home businesses to enable a wider range of home-based business types, as well as relax the current cap on the portion of your home that you can use for business activities. This is useful if you have a studio apartment or a small unit, and allow you to legally register up to 3 employees to be associated with your home business. Important relief for contractors like an electrician or a startup that uses their home as their business address. We'll also maintain existing rules to ensure that you're being a good neighbor by not having exterior signage, abiding by noise and environmental regulation, and not selling anything you can't produce on site. On to our third goal. We want to enable more business-friendly streetscapes and ensure that our businesses contribute to active, safe, and walkable streets, thereby benefiting businesses and the residents of neighborhoods. So economic vibrancy isn't just about what occurs inside a building, but also about how a business interacts with its surroundings. And inconsistency in existing streetscape regulations, or in some cases, a total absence of zoning rules, means that there is no way to curb some of the worst outcomes of a business activity, say, spilling out into the public right away, or creating conditions that are unpleasant or perhaps even unsafe for a passing resident or neighbor. So 3 proposals in our third goal, they're designed to ensure that our businesses contribute to active, safe, and walkable streets. Proposal 12. We have special streetscape rules. They've been put in place for many special districts and rezonings the city's done over the last 60 years, but it creates a patchwork of differing sets of regulations that are too often confusing or inconsistent or just difficult for businesses to understand or comply with. Furthermore, in vast parts of our city, especially outside of Manhattan, we have no streetscape rules in our zoning whatsoever, meaning there's nothing to prevent a new building from breaking up a line of retail shops by putting in a strip mall type feel, or a long blank wall that creates a deadening effect on the street. So we're proposing to establish a consistent and easy to understand baseline set of rules for commercial ground floor design, one that is more responsive to areas with greater pedestrian activity, and one that is more relaxed in our city's more auto-oriented commercial corridors. This new streetscape framework has 3 tiers, which are meant to be cumulative and would apply to new construction buildings, but also when a significant alteration requires DOB sign-off. In most areas zoned as a commercial district or MX district where residents are allowed, you have blank walls in excess of 50 feet that would require some sort of mitigation, whether that's a mural, a planting, or ideally, some form of transparency. Parking would also have to locate to the side or rear of a zoning lot where feasible, and new drive-throughs would have to go through a discretionary process at the BSA to ensure that they don't lead to unsafe conditions for pedestrians or traffic congestion. Within half a mile of transit, 3 conditions of Tier A would apply, but so would additional considerations, such as ensuring that storefronts maintain a minimum of 50% transparency. This is in response in part to things like a dark store, where the city has no existing way to mitigate some of those circumstances. Tier C consists of existing special purpose districts as well as other designated geographies in our zoning resolution. So in these places, all of the regulations of Tier A and Tier B would apply, and unique elements of each special district would be retained, thereby enhancing the design of these unique geographies while rectifying inconsistencies that make it harder for businesses to understand the rules. This new framework, it's designed to be simple and flexible, and in most places only intervenes to prevent the worst instances of building design that has the potential to diminish the economic vibrancy of its surroundings. Proposal 13. Today, auto installation, service, and repair businesses are mostly located in our industrial areas, but zoning also creates exceptions for certain parts of a car, such as glass, seat covers, and tires. In practice, this means that some businesses end up conducting heavy industrial-level activity on a neighborhood commercial street, and this can lead to environmental concerns as well as business activity that spills out onto the sidewalk and the street, where it can create unsafe conditions for people walking past. This proposal would consolidate the existing range of auto servicing uses and allow for new auto servicing in C1 to C7 districts to receive a BSA special permit. This would reduce heavy industrial activity on neighborhood commercial streets and encourage site plans that reduce conflicts with pedestrians and spill over onto neighboring lots. Proposal 14. Our zoning today has outdated rules on when it comes to delivery activities, and it doesn't allow for most forms of goods delivery to occur within an empty storefront space or an office setting. And the current rules make it hard to encourage the kind of neighborhood-based hubs or safe and sustainable deliveries that we might want to see in the future. And it exacerbates delivery activity occurring on sidewalk or double parked along a neighborhood commercial street. This proposal creates a new use term called a micro-distribution facility, and it permits these businesses in commercial areas, but only at a limited scale. This could alleviate truck congestion and foster alternative modes of safe and sustainable delivery. We would also ensure these spaces contribute to the vibrancy of their surroundings through rules as part of our streetscape proposal that require transparent windows. Our fourth and our final goal is to create new opportunities for businesses to open by establishing and updating our city's zoning toolkit in ways that can boost job growth and business expansion. Our zoning resolution contains many kinds of tools which can be used to initiate a discretionary process to change an area's underlying conditions, including special permits from the Board of Standards and Appeals, as well as City Planning Commission authorizations and special permits, and lastly, zoning districts. As we're seeking to modernize our city zoning to support business location growth, we also need to update this zoning toolkit so that businesses have better access to pathways that can enable their expansion or adaptation over time. So our last 4 proposals create or modify all kinds of discretionary zoning tools for the future economic prosperity of our city. Proposal 15. In many large-scale residential developments, such as NYCHA campuses, they are zoned as residence districts, meaning that all retail, services, and makerspaces cannot easily locate, and it places residents of these developments further away from access to local goods and services, as well as the jobs that those could provide. This proposal creates a CPC authorization that would allow for up to 15,000 square feet of commercial space in an existing or new construction building on a large-scale residential campus, thereby giving residents greater access to basic necessities or the space to grow a new business. Proposal 16. In parts of the city where we don't have commercial zoning, there's no way other than a full rezoning to allow for a new storefront space where a bodega or other kind of neighborhood-serving storefront space could locate. So this proposal creates a pathway that might allow for new corner stores, but only in certain circumstances. So the commercial space would have to be under 2,500 square feet and located close to an intersection, providing access to goods and services, but not turning that residential street into a commercial corridor. And the process to allow for new storefront spaces is discretionary, so CPC authorization. So it's subject to both community board review as well as your consideration and approval. We think this proposal strikes a reasonable balance of giving more New Yorkers the ability to walk up to pick up basic necessities while also giving the community a say in where these new spaces can go. Proposal 17. In situations where a new or growing business is seeking to construct a new building, they often run into small zoning issues that limit the shape of their building, or instances in which an existing business wants to expand, but again, they find some sort of zoning rule that isn't the FAR, it isn't the use, but it's something else that's limiting their way. And for many of these business types, no existing discretionary pathways allow for case-by-case instances in which those non-FAR and non-use related zoning rules can be waived. So for instance, film studios often struggle with zoning regulations like the minimum height the building hits before it has to set back towards the center. Or a clothing store might be limited to 10,000 square feet in certain districts, but if they're doing well and they want to expand upward and occupy a second floor space, they're limited both by size as well as location of rules that they would seek to waive. So to address these kinds of zoning barriers, we're creating new kinds of discretionary pathways in our zoning, where if a business can locate in the district already, but it's facing another form of zoning restriction, like the shape of the building they want to provide, they can appeal to the City Planning Commission for relief from just that zoning restriction. Proposal 18. Lastly, in some instances, it's our zoning districts and not the discretionary pathways to modify them that are obsolete. This is particularly true of our city's manufacturing, or M district zoning designations. Currently, low-density options, physical design rules, and parking can make it impossible to build loft-like buildings even in areas where they already exist. So this proposal creates a range of new job-intensive zoning districts at a range of heights and densities that could expand our zoning toolkit for the future. So we're proposing here to create 3 new kinds of M districts and 1 new kind of commercial district. I'll walk through these districts one by one, and I'll note none of these would be mapped under this proposal. They would all be added to the zoning toolkit to be used in the future. So first, we have the M3A, or Core Industrial District. This is a zoning district that for the first time restricts the FAR of non-industrial uses while giving industrial businesses room to grow. The Core District is a critical tool for ensuring the preservation of industrial businesses, and it's one that is appropriate in areas where we do not want to see transformation. Our second new tool is an M2A, or Transition District. This district is designed to incentivize the creation of new space that is guaranteed for industrial users under zoning, allowing a mix of business types to cross-subsidize the creation of new space. We think that this kind of tool is sorely needed to renew derelict and outdated spaces, and we think it is appropriate in contexts where we want to see a balance of preservation with a mix of business types. This brings me to our third tool, the M1A, or Growth District. Today's M1 district is in many ways obsolete, and it lacks intermediate density options and has onerous yard and setback rules that can make it hard, or even in some instances impossible, to build modern versions of loft-like buildings that we see historically across our city today. The Growth District is designed for industrial contexts where we want to take advantage of job creation that can come from higher densities and a mix of business types. Lastly, the C7 District. This is not an industrial planning tool, but rather a new type of commercial district that borrows from the loft-like envelope of the growth to ensure a wide range of business types, thereby giving planners a new tool for areas where we want to see significant job growth in the future. I'll close with a note that City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, it helps to further our city's goal of promoting equitable access to opportunity. Specifically, it advances Where We Live goal number 6, making equitable investments to address neighborhood-based legacies of discrimination, segregation, and concentrated poverty by facilitating the economic growth and recovery for sectors such as retail, leisure, and hospitality that have been impacted by the pandemic and have predominantly a non-white workforce. So with that, thank you for your time, Commissioners, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Terrific. Again, thank you very much, Matt, for all of those details and all of your and the team's efforts in support of this proposal. I'm just going to start off with a few points of clarification I think are worth our addressing here, and then I will go to my colleagues who I know will have extra questions. First is on use groups. As you noted in your presentation, we've got some odd categories, we've got inconsistencies. Can you give us just a flavor of the sorts of harmful inconsistencies and bad categories that you and the department have been able to identify here that you believe are impeding growth and evolution and economic development?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I think one of the main ways that we've seen our use groups be particularly out of date is in regard to the kind of retail and service-based business types that we see most common along our commercial corridors. And in many ways today, if you're not already familiar with the zoning and you want to locate a business, you might look up the zoning resolution, and first, you're going to have trouble figuring out where to look. Some business types might be listed under use group 6, but maybe you don't see your business type, and so you keep reading. But then you don't see your business type listed under use group 7, 8, 9, 11, and you keep reading and you can't find it. So then you might have to go to the Department of Buildings, hire a land use attorney, and can spend 6 months or more trying to go through a process just to clarify that you are a common retail or services business that can be allowed to locate in a commercial district. That's the status quo today, and it predominantly impacts our smallest businesses or startups and folks that are least familiar with the zoning. And it advantages businesses that are bigger, more established, have more familiar with their zoning today. That is fundamentally inequitable. And so one of the biggest changes that we're making in regard to use group modernization is to make it clear, based on today's modern economy, where you can locate and what you can do with your space. So tomorrow, if these are to be adopted and added to our city zoning resolution, no matter what kind of business type, you can find a home, and it will be much easier for you to know where you can locate without having to go to DOB or hire a professional just to understand where you can locate.
Great, thank you. And I think that in two of the proposals, I think we're going to shortly hear a similar concern, and I'm flagging for you the proposal for upper floor commercial and also home businesses. You correctly point out that our rules in this context just don't really make any sense anymore, and that they have become arbitrary at best as to the way that they are creating results. Some people will express concern, I would expect, about the idea of having commercial above residential or about having home businesses that are beyond music teachers and lawyers. Although I don't know why those are the two which get the okay in the zoning resolution. But music teachers and lawyers, anything beyond that, I think people will at least raise the question as to, well, you know, what's the protection here? Why should I not be worried about this in a residential district? So if you could, I think you can probably address them both together, because I think that the concerns that I would expect will be the same for both. But if you can just say a little bit about why perhaps people should be less concerned than they might otherwise think.
Absolutely, and thank you for those questions. In many ways, this proposal from the get-go has tried to balance the need to update our zoning for businesses with a regard for what this means for anyone who might be a neighbor of those businesses, whether that's another business type or a residence. And in many places of our city today, you have a wide range of businesses that are allowed either on the ground floor or above the ground floor in close proximity to residences. So when crafting these proposals, we both looked at what's allowed today, as well as ways that we're seeing restrictions in our zoning. So what that means for mixing of commercial and residential uses above the ground floor, we first wanted to make sure that where we are allowing for new business types, that any potentially noisy business type is either separated from those uses or from residential uses, or it has to properly certify that it's attenuated any noise potential to make sure that the sound generated from these businesses does not exceed the ambient level of sound. So we've written that right into the zoning itself to make sure that there is no potential for these businesses to generate noise. So that's for upper floor businesses and their proximity to residences. Now, when it comes to home-based businesses, as you point out, we have a wide range of business types allowed today. And in fact, it's kind of the exception rather than the rule. There's just a few business types that are not allowed today. And some are real head scratchers, like interior designers, or if you do public relations work, you're also not allowed. Can't actually understand why that would have been the case, but you're not allowed in our zoning today. We want to do away with that restriction. But the main way in our zoning that we're looking to make sure that these business types don't have a negative impact on their neighbors is both through the existing rules for them. Under our ZR section 1210, there's a whole list of either restrictions or prohibitions on a home-based business that the Department of Buildings regulates. Things like you can't have exterior displays. So you're not turning your home business into a retail shop, because you also can't, from the outside of your space, be able to peer in and see displays of items. Other things we're doing is making sure that those size restrictions stay in place. So today, a home business is limited to 25% of a dwelling unit. We want to expand that up to 49%, in part because we hear of instances where you have a small unit, a studio apartment, for instance, or a one-bedroom. Suddenly, you're doing PR in your home, and it's hard to know where that 25% becomes 30% when you have a small unit. So we want to rely on the percentage rather than the size of the business to give a little bit more wiggle room for home-based businesses. So we're making sure that the size requirements are an important safeguard so that these home businesses don't turn into a predominantly business. You got to be a home first. While also making sure that all of the other safeguards that exist in our zoning today are kept in place to keep that balance, again, between business activity and protection for quality of life for neighbors.
Great. Thank you very much. We've got commissioners who are ready to ask some questions. We're going to start with Commissioner Gold, who's on Zoom, followed by Commissioners Kermani, Benjamin, Vice Chair Knuckles, Commissioner Bozorg, Commissioners Rampersad, and Osorio. Okay, everyone. So in short, we have a question from everyone. Matt, congratulations. Okay, starting with you, Commissioner Gold.
Hi, excuse me, thank you. And Matt, thank you. This was an excellent presentation, and clearly a lot of thought has gone into this. I mean, it does seem well thought out, and it seems to resolve confusion in many cases. The curiosity I had was sort of twofold. As you know, you've gone through a lot of it seems 100+ meetings so far, and I think you noted 5 public pre-referral discussions. 2 questions there. One, where, if anywhere, have you seen opposition? And then second, have we determined any what I'd call unintended consequences that have come forward that, you know, perhaps have been, you know, changed along the way, or we should be thinking about changing?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for both of those questions. I think in terms of, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it opposition, but more just question and potential concern. One, it comes around from any time that we're introducing new kinds of business activity in proximity to residences. And I think I noted a couple of those recently where we really are trying to take care to have a balanced approach here. And when it comes to also proposals like nightlife, we've been particularly engaged on that one because we know sometimes that the existing bars and restaurants do create concerns in the community. So that's why we've had a whole of government approach on that proposal in particular, working very closely with the Mayor's Office of Nightlife, engaging both with nightlife operators and stakeholders to try and untangle the current web of rules, but also come up with a straightforward proposal that's easier for both operators, but also for community members to understand. Today, there are 5 different ways to define live entertainment within a bar or restaurant. Tomorrow, we're proposing to consolidate those to 2 and make it very clear based on something the DOB can easily regulate on when and where you're allowed to have that kind of activity. So that's an example of we're trying to, in response to what we've heard from community members, as well as small business owners, craft a proposal that strikes that balance. And then in terms of unintended consequences, we've from the beginning of this process, tried to rely on making sure that our proposals are ones that there's ample either geographic basis for. In the past, I think in many of the slides, I didn't note this directly in my script, but many of the slides highlight places where we've had a special district or several special districts where we've implemented the exact kind of change that we're proposing here citywide. And so we've let particular localities be, in a sense, a way to see whether a proposal is appropriate on a larger geographic basis. And so we've expanded several proposals that way, in part to make sure that there are no unintended consequences, but also, as Chair Gorodnick noted, we started the public process and released our draft zoning text over a month ago for many reasons, but in particular to make sure that it had ample time to look, that anyone had ample time to look at the proposals, look at the actual zoning text, raise any inconsistencies or frankly even typos. We try to minimize them and eliminate them, but you never know. And so we released that draft zoning text, had the world take a look at it, because we want to make sure that we have these proposals right when I come before you today and start the formal public review process. So I hope that answers both of your questions, Commissioner.
Yep. Excuse me. No, it does. I mean, I think it speaks to, gives a lot of credit to the department for, as I say, having started early and actually gotten in front of this and, gotten the feedback, because as I think, I think as we all know, the late feedback is difficult to incorporate. So the early side of it, I'd give you a lot of credit. Just one other question in there. When we look at small scale clean production, what do we consider quote unquote clean production? And, and if you could speak a little bit about just what the zoning was trying to achieve by that, just curious to see how we've, sort of gotten through that.
Sure. So clean production in our zoning sense is a variety of different business types that to some degree may be allowed in our zoning today in a limited case, but either face a square footage cap, for example, a bakery, or in other instances, it's a similar business type that is just not allowed under our zoning today, but would be advantageous to locate near customers, and the technologies have changed in such a way so that we no longer have to completely separate this activity, particularly at a small scale, from proximity to residences and other businesses. So for example, bakeries allowed under our zoning today, but limited to 750 square feet. As Chair Gorodnick noted, salsa making, not allowed in any way, shape, or form, except maybe as accessory to another type of business. But we think if you want to make salsa making your primary business activity, why is zoning being the thing telling you you can't do that? And so when it comes to each of these clean production business types, we both look to what zoning allows today, but we've also used a bit of common sense as well as the benefit of testing through our environmental review process, making sure that these are in fact industries that are considered clean and are clean, and thereby able to locate in any kind of neighborhood storefront or office location.
Got it. Super helpful. Thank you. I was going to say, once again, commend you on the presentation and the work that's gone in. And really not just you, but the department in general. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Kermani.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and the work of the whole team and the department. It's incredible how much has gone into this. So thank you. And I will say, just as a nerd confession, from my senior year of college, almost 30 years ago, I was obsessed with the Rapkin report. So it's really interesting and great to see changes. So first of all, on Proposal 15, so the one that expands ground floor space and large-scale developments, just want to appreciate the inclusion of NYCHA in that, which I will always champion and rah-rah for. And I think, and I know that this isn't under the purview of the department necessarily, but I think important to make note of, that as a kind of condition of equity and, at least for me, an admission of harm, that for NYCHA, ground floor commercial leases, that NYCHA residents be kind of bumped up to the top of the list of who might get those spaces, which, you know, there are lots of NYCHA residents with lots of home businesses, whether they are allowed or not, they exist, and they are successful. There are programs we know within NYCHA to encourage the creation of businesses, and some of the rules also within NYCHA prevent any kind of commercial kitchen. A lot of the businesses have to do with cooking, childcare businesses that would require different kinds of permitting. And so as the space, I'm going to assume that this will happen, as an eternal optimist, that then barriers to then leasing the space don't interrupt the progressive change to the zoning policy that allows those spaces to be available in the first place. So that will clearly take a lot of interagency coordination, but just you have a strong advocate here for NYCHA residents being with the kind of the right of first refusal. So thank you for including that.
Thank you.
And then a question on the proposal 18 and the M1A designation. So allowing for greater flexibility, could that also, it would need to then include an R, but could it also include live-work spaces? So, you know, we've seen the dwindling over the last decades. I, in fact, don't even know if it still exists, of the artist in residency program. Could there be a maker in residency program? Could there be a way that those, especially given the housing rental market for everyone, but certainly for makers and artists, could that be included or discussed at least in that designation? And then on the artists, like I'm just going to call it AIR, on AIR, for the one of the proposals, which was upstairs commercial that could include like cultural arts, or no, ground floor, that's museums, whatever that is, could that also include a place for like artists to live work?
Thank you for first your comments in support of proposal 15, as well as for your question on 18. Part of the reason why we wanted to create a growth district with the maximum flexibility as possible is because we're not mapping any of these districts, but we want them to be appropriate in any context citywide, in particular ones that are in close proximity to transit. And so we're not doing any rezonings using these tools as part of this proposal, but we know with an eye towards the future that we want these tools to be able to be used in the future in a variety of contexts, and that may include with combination with residences. The M1 growth tool has, because it's an M1, the possibility of being paired with a residential district, creating, as you described, both like live, work, and play districts in our industrial contexts or close to transit. The transition district is also designed to have that cross-subsidization, but it would not include residences. So it's an M2 district. Higher performance standards, not appropriate for combination with residences, but we think that cross-subsidization of, say, small-scale manufacturing, traditional manufacturing businesses with the wide variety of other business types allowed in an M2 district is appropriate in those circumstances. So it's two different kinds of tools in a way that both through that cross-subsidization enable the creation of new space, which is sorely needed in our industrial areas and to which the market has very limited appetite today, but we want to, as much as we can, with the transition, put our finger on the scale a little bit and create that new space for industrial users. And your comment about artist space is well taken. We'll take that back and do some further looking at it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin, followed by Vice Chair Knuckles.
I'm sorry I was late for the beginning of your presentation, but I did have the benefit of a briefing from you on August 22nd, so I think I have a pretty good idea of what you may have said before. And like the chair, I have some very specific questions about how this will change residential districts and who is going to monitor what happens. And in particular, as you know, the whole issue of nightlife and cabarets has been a loaded one in residential districts, not merely because of the noise, which is a problem, and that's a DEP noise code problem, not a buildings problem, not a city planning. And generally speaking, the way it's been done is that people come out during the daytime to monitor the noise level, and lo and behold, there is none. So I want to know, I'm going to just ask the questions and then I want to know how we're going to change the regulations so that residential units are not impacted negatively by this increase in the intensity and allowance of additional business opportunities. That includes, as I said, noise, but also one of the things you hear the most and is about the crowds outside. It's about liquor served over the lot lines. And all of those activities now, without adding the music, the noise, the kind of bother residential people. And so if we're going to both allow increased intensity by allowing the use of the second floor, which is going to bring it closer to residential, and the buildings may exist, they may not be soundproofed in a way that will protect it. Anybody who's ever lived over a gym, for instance, even after they soundproof it, every time somebody drops barbells on the ground, it shakes. So that whole, how is this going to work? Are we having more people who are going to regulate and go out? Are we going to have a different system? I think is going to be really important, not just for me, but for people in communities who right now are not happy about what we have. And when we say we're going to have more, I'm going to say, this isn't residential anymore. Number two, for the home occupations. The reality is home occupations are not regulated. 50 years ago, the thinking of home occupations was that they were going to be activities that did not draw many people in, that as a result were of lower intensity. And that's just not true now. And it's clear that you're not contemplating that kind of definition of home occupations. Very few home occupations that I know are licensed, even if there is a license available. For instance, people who do hair in their homes, and there are many of them. Very few of them have cosmetology licenses, state licenses to perform those activities. And how are we going to deal, particularly in an apartment building? Right now you have a lot of people who, they may be in their own home and they may have a chair in their garage, but we also have a lot of people who are in taller apartment buildings and they are storing flammable and other chemicals in a place that's not protected from that. So when we have these home occupations, have you given thought to how people are going to be made aware in a building that is going to have or that has some home, that this is possible? How does the fire department become aware that there are 2 apartments that have toxic chemicals and they are storing them for the use of whatever business they may be in? So I want to hear a lot more about that and how we're going to protect the residential character of the building and ensure that the business, the home occupation, is a good neighbor. I'm also curious, does this vitiate their lease? If I have a residential lease and 54% of the space is used for my business. And for instance, in our building, we had a woman who ran a vintage clothing store out of her 4th floor apartment. And she probably had about 30 customers a day coming into the building, which irritated her neighbors and other people in the building, having people coming and going. So given the change from this is a business with few people to you can have as many customers as you like, does this affect a residential lease? Does it affect a rent-regulated apartment if it is not used primarily for residential use? And does the resident have to live there?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for your questions. And I think I got the detail, but I'll review the recording in case there's anything I missed, and I'm happy to follow up with you individually. But I'll start with home businesses, and in particular, some examples that you cite. And based on my understanding of what the zoning allows today, that person on the fourth floor is not allowed to have the business that she has, because you can only, under zoning, have a home business where you are selling stuff that you make on site. So if she is operating effectively as retail, any resident of the building can and should report that to 311, where DOB can get involved and work with building management to shut that person down, should you all wish to do so. So just to address that particular circumstance and what zoning says today. Now, zoning today, as it would under this proposal, you have to live within the residence. So you cannot use this as your office and live elsewhere. That's the policy today, and it would be in the future. But when it comes to other kinds of business types, for example, folks who are cutting hair in the home, that is explicitly not allowed under zoning today in any way, shape, or form. And we think it's one of the use types that we think, first off, is happening within the home, but as you point out, is often happening without the necessary regulation from the state. And now it's our view that by making this activity legal, folks are going to be able to both get that licensing, but also where that licensing isn't being obtained, the daylighting of this kind of activity brings with it the scrutiny that you can have then DOB come in. And so this is a way in which we're making sure that by regulating the activity under zoning, it gives us the tools in place to make sure that that activity can be addressed.
Let me say just one thing about that. If you call in DOB, it's the building, not the person, who gets the violation. Nothing happens to the person. It's just the building with a violation now that they may or may not be able to cure.
Yeah. Which actually brings up a great point, which is that nothing in this proposal, as is the case today, any building owner can have as part of their lease a prohibition on home business types. We're not seeking to change that, but we think that where it makes sense to get zoning out of the way to enable home-based businesses, we want to enable that to happen. But we do believe in many instances that if a building doesn't think it's appropriate to, say, have a particular business type or put additional safeguards in place, that's their prerogative, and they should be able to do so.
But there's nothing that's going to be written into the zoning about how to make these businesses compatible with their residential neighbors.
I think I'd have to understand a little bit more, and so I'm happy to talk about that. Yeah, I'm happy to follow up with you on that one. But to answer your other two questions, or at least
the cabaret issue.
You're right. So the cabaret licensing or nightlife business licensing. So in many ways, the way that our zoning regulates these business types, as I know, I'm sure you're aware, it makes it very confusing for knowing whether something is allowed, not allowed. Today under our zoning, it's unclear if someone standing up in a bar and dancing is in fact in violation of zoning, or 3 people standing up and dancing is in violation of zoning. At what point?
Rob Bookman has made a very good living from that confusion.
And we are seeking to minimize confusion for the sake of community members and businesses that want to have activity that is contained within the zoning law and that is minimizing any potential of impact to their surrounding businesses. So you highlighted things like having a crowd outside. And in higher density areas, these kinds of businesses are required to have anyone queuing be within a lobby space, and that lobby space is enforced based on FDNY's regulations for the size of the business. For neighborhood commercial districts, we're limiting the size of these businesses to under the threshold of a storefront, again, regulated by rules around the capacity of these business types. So you would not see a nightlife business, whether that's a bar that has a couple people dance on a weeknight or a business that has dancing more regularly, with a capacity over 200 people. If they did so, then it's not just DEP, but it also could be the fire department coming out. It could be the police department coming out. And having a whole of government approach to making sure that any nightlife concerns are addressed is a really important part of this proposal. We want to get it right because we want to make sure that we are clarifying the rules to the benefit of everyone. So I'm happy to talk with you more on specifics on this proposal, but I just wanted to make sure that I stated the intent of what we're doing and some of the work. We've considered the things you've brought up.
Okay, and we will talk more because I have, as you can hear, I'm very concerned because I don't think the enforcement has been there in the past. And knowing these departments and their shortage of employees, et cetera, it's not clear to me we're going to see more enforcement, although there will be more places that might be in need of enforcement. And the business model for some of these clubs of different types involves having people outside, creating a buzz about the activities that will be inside. So saying that they have to have some queuing space, they keep people out. And certainly when they have different shows, and even in, your least offensive folk music club, there's an 8 o'clock show and a 10 o'clock show, and the 10 o'clock people have to wait outside until the 8 o'clock show is finished. So that kind of issue that negatively impacts on residences both above and adjoining, I really, really want to make sure that we have a good idea of how we're going to protect people. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Congratulations, Matt, to you and your team. This is quite an undertaking, and I know a lot of hard work and thought went into it. Just a few questions. The vacancy around the storefronts is something that I never really understood or understood the rationale for, and I'm sure somebody's probably told me, but I've forgotten what it was. So, I mean, what was the rationale for the 2-year wait on it?
Sure. So this refers to ZR Section 5261 for anyone either here or at home who wants to look it up. But in many regards in our residential areas, there's no time limit on reactivation.
Right.
But specifically within R1 to R4 districts, within R8 to R10 districts, and within R5 to R7 districts, only in a historic district, you have a 2-year limit on reactivation. And we have tried to understand what rationale may exist for this, and our best understanding is that it has something to do with where the city's economy was 40, 50 years ago, and wanting to have that clear separation of use between commercial and non-commercial. Recognizing that even when the 61 zoning came into effect, there were tens of thousands of businesses caught up now in non-conformance regulations. And it, in many cases, just makes it harder to reoccupy that space. So we think this is a clear example of zoning being in the way of contributing to storefront vacancy. We want to give businesses the ability to reoccupy that space regardless of time limit in the places where that doesn't already exist.
Yeah, I can recall seeing it mostly in Soho, where, as in many places across the city, but certainly there was real concern about who was occupying ground floor spaces, retail spaces. So anyway, so specifically, I just wanted to ask about a couple of the proposals. Number 3, proposal number 3, which is expanding opportunities for small-scale clean production. Where you have a mixed use or under old law, a taxpayer ground floor with residential above. If you have a baker, that's one kind of a use and aroma. But if you have an apparel manufacturer, that's another kind of use with different implications. So how would that work under here, and what kinds of safeguards do you contemplate here? I would think having a machinist on the ground floor of a otherwise residential building would create some issues.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. And you're giving me the opportunity to go to the next level of detail deeper. I had a 30-minute presentation. It, as you can imagine, could have easily been 3 hours. So I'll give you a little bit more detail on this one. Yeah. There are several safeguards put in place for these small-scale production businesses because we don't want to create any sort of potential for either air quality or noise or any kind of other impact on surrounding businesses or residences. So the first one is it's adopting the same safeguards we have for our MX districts, whereby if you're going to have light industrial uses in combination with residences, two things. You couldn't have any kind of business that has to file a right-to-know permit, so no hazardous substances that trigger that right-to-know permit. And then the second thing is that they can't file with the state as an A, B, or C air quality license. So that's the DEC license type for air quality particulate matter. So they can't do that. And so assuming that you qualify under both of those provisions, then we've added for this proposal an additional safeguard in place where if you are required to vent, and that venting requirement may be something that DOHMH requires for bakeries or other type of food businesses, it may be something that environmental protection requires, it may be something that the state or the federal government requires. But if you are required to vent, you have to vent to the highest tier of a building, of that building or an adjacent building. And this is to make sure that any dust, particulate matter, anything that might be coming into the air is going at above the level of anyone who might be breathing it in. So that's the additional safeguard.
Got to have a vent that runs the length and emits whatever you're producing out over the length of the building, the height of the building.
Precisely. And we recognize that safeguard, again, going back to this balance of allowing businesses, but also making sure we have safeguards for quality of life, we recognize that presents a high barrier to some small business types and may result in a business not being able to occupy a space. We think that compromise or trade-off is a necessary one to ensure that residents and other businesses are not being negatively impacted by this new business type moving in.
Okay, proposal number 5. Let me see where that was. Yeah, enabling commercial activity on upper floors. And you say physical separation required between residential and non-residential portions of the building. So are you saying that on a second floor, or a second floor in this case, you've got you're going to have residential and commercial on the same floor? So if you've got a law office or a dental office, what kind of separation are you going to have between that and the residential units? Are they going to be interspersed, or are you going to essentially wall off, figuratively speaking, the commercial uses from the residential?
The degree of separation is based on the type of business seeking to occupy the space. So if you're a law office, for example, you're required to have a physical separate entrance to the residences. So if you're on the second floor, you may have to have stairs that go down to the ground, or you will have to have stairs that go down to the ground floor, separate you from residences. And in some instances, again, we recognize not all businesses will be able to do this. Not all buildings will be able to accommodate this type of requirement. And so we know that can present a barrier, but we think that trade-off is necessary, particularly for safety and making sure that people who are not residents of a building are not on a floor with residences and being able to go to those residences. But if you are a business that has the potential for additional noise, say you're one of these production businesses, or say you're a business that might generate some type of sound, you have to do additional measures that would either physically separate you by at least 15 feet. That 15 feet requires two walls. So you could have, say, a speaker, one wall, 15 feet, a wall, and then your use. Or you have to have a person come in that can certify that the level of sound dampening within your use is enough to ensure that in the adjacent residences or above you in the residences, you're not hearing anything more than ambient sound levels.
That's quite a risk for a landlord, isn't it?
It is.
The economics would really have to be appealing to risk alienating your tenancy with something like that, wouldn't it?
It does, and that's precisely why we think that this proposal will be most likely used in new construction, where that sound dampening can be built in from the get-go, and that separation can be built in from the get-go. What we don't want to do is say that no business can occupy these second floors. If you can figure out a way to do it, you have to abide by the safeguards to make sure you're not doing anything that would create a negative impact for your surroundings. But we know it's a high bar.
But what I just want to clarify, you said access by steps. So you're not saying that the commercial clientele could only access the office by steps, are you? Or
we're not requiring steps in zoning. What we're requiring is physical separation of use, including
another elevator.
Or an elevator, right.
Yeah.
So you could have two elevators, one goes to the residences, one goes to the commercial uses, and they are separated so you can't go from one to the other once you're in the elevator.
Okay. The M2A district, is it?
Yes.
Where's that slide? Could you just...
I'm not sure if I am able to control this at this point.
The printing on it.
Slide 40.
Oh, 40, okay, good. Oh, you have it? Oh,
perfect.
Wait a minute.
Here we are.
Yeah. Traditional industrial areas where a balance of mixing and preservation is warranted. How would that differ from an MX district?
Sure. So we see the transition area as being one where residents...
Is it an MX district? I mean,
we see a distinction.
All right.
So the main distinction being in a transition district that is you're not enabling residences. So if you were to have a transition district in a particular location, you can cross-subsidize the creation of new industrial space, but that's only with the other kinds of uses allowed today in an M2 district, so other industrial as well as commercial business types. Where we see as growth, you might see that cross-subsidization, second time I've stumbled over that, with the creation of residential space. So we think M1A, you could build it on its own as an M1 district, or you could map it so that you have an M1A district with an R pairing, depending on whatever the private applicant would like to do, if that's the instance, or what the department believes is appropriate in the instance of a neighborhood rezoning.
Okay, so the transition is not to residential.
That's correct.
Still. Okay, finally, and I don't know if you've considered this yet. How would you measure the success of this initiative? I mean, 5 years from now, how would you measure whether or not this has been successful?
One of the ways I would personally look at success is in the number of new business types that are able to locate without having to go through us or go through DOB in order to locate. So this would be maker spaces that can now be in commercial areas. This would be amusement and experiential businesses that can locate without getting a ZRD1 from zoning or from DOB to say they can locate. And I think it would also, in part, be recognizing the number of either business types or places where you see job growth that didn't previously have it. So, of course, with this kind of work, it's always very hard to understand causality, but I think there's a number of proposals in here where we can look at a clear kind of business type that's not allowed today or faces limitations and might be allowed tomorrow, and into the long term, having these businesses go through less red tape. It's hard to quantify less red tape, but we want to be able to say is that we're making it easier. And we're making it easier in ways that we'll see fewer waivers or fewer people having to go through a land use process when it comes to use, or fewer folks having to go to DOB, just to clarify. So I think those are two things that we're hoping, at least, this proposal can bring about in the coming years.
Thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. We're going to close it out here with Commissioners Bozorg, Rampersad, Osorio, and Crowell.
Okay, I'll be as fast as possible. A lot of
Was that optimistic? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner. Thank you.
A lot of my questions were asked, so I will try to be quick. But on the Proposal 11, I kind of agree with. I had some questions around enforcement, and generally my takeaway is that we're trying to get zoning out as a barrier, but that doesn't mean that a larger conversation around kind of regulatory structures and enforcement for home businesses is not necessary. So I'm just curious where that conversation is happening in the city, if that's like an EDC, DCP thing, or kind of who would run with that if zoning comes out of the picture, or who would own that. Is it helpful if I just go through all my questions at once?
Sure, and that way I can try and rapid fire a response. Okay.
The other question I had that has not been discussed is also related to Proposal 11. Why is 3 the magic number on employees? Even given your PR example, is this just 3 that would be on site? Because you can imagine a PR firm growing to maybe 4 or 5 or 7, and why would we preclude that in a remote work environment that is possible? In terms of, that seems a little bit to conflict with the idea of adaptability for some types of home businesses that are site. So that was another question on that. On Proposal 9, I wanted to try to answer this myself through the homework, but I just couldn't find it in the text. The department frequently uses comedy clubs as an example of the types of businesses facing these barriers. I actually I can't understand what the barriers are that comedy clubs are facing. Is it that because of this mix of those same spaces might be the spaces that sometimes have dancing? It's very clear in the text where dancing is prohibited, and it's called out frequently, but that example, I'm just confused on why it keeps being used and what the actual barrier is to comedy clubs. And I think I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Okay. So starting on comedy clubs, zoning today in use group 6C will define musical entertainment under 200 people capacity and non-musical entertainment under 200 person capacity. Okay. And if you look at the text, musical entertainment, which can range from jazz trio to a full-on rock show, is allowed at 200 person capacity in any commercial district in any bar or restaurant. That's allowed under zoning today. However, non-musical entertainment, i.e. comedy clubs, open mic nights, being the 2 predominant kinds of form of non-musical entertainment we might see, those face far more restrictive zoning regulations today on whether they're allowed as of right. In fact, internally, we kind of call this a comedy restriction. It just makes no sense. It's also a vestige to where the city had prior forms of regulation around nightlife businesses, those being struck down by the Supreme Court, and this being the kind of uneasy solution in zoning at the time that has just continued for a few more decades. So that's why comedy clubs, this is what this would do. It treats comedy, musical entertainment, and musical entertainment with dancing together, because we think that if you can have a rock show in a bar or restaurant, but you can't dance to that rock show in a bar or restaurant, that just doesn't make sense. So that's that question. And then why 3 employees? There's a few reasons for this. First, the technical, which is that we allow for home businesses to have up to 3 employees in a number of different special districts today. And so it's an existing thing in the zoning that's worked well for a few decades. We have not in speaking with DOB, seen concerns relating to that requirement, so we want to be able to expand it in places where it's not allowed today. We see two types of business types that may take advantage of this the most. One is contractors. So if you have a home-based business where you're registered as a plumber or an electrician, today in zoning, technically, you can do that, but you also can't have a employee be in your business, even if your business runs out of a van. And so we want to allow for that kind of activity to occur. The second reason is in part the way that the city and the state and the federal government define a micro business as opposed to a small business. Micro businesses are 1 to 3 employees. Once you hit 4 employees, you become a new category of business. This relates to other regulations and incentives that we have. And so we want to draw a line somewhere, of course. The zoning provides one answer, but when we look at taking our lead from other entities that help support businesses as they grow, the dividing line between 3 and 4 is an important one. And then lastly, on home occupations interagency, Department of Buildings today, like all zoning, enforces Section 1210 on home occupations. So we've been working with them closely to understand these proposed changes, what this means for their work, and make sure that we, again, strike a balance where we're enabling business activity, but not doing something that would tip the scales not in favor of keeping a balance between residential and non-residential concerns, particularly within a residential setting. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rempershed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. I commend the agency. This is a tremendous amount of work that was put into this. I had a lot of questions I had were already asked. I'm just going to just dumb it down to 2. Eating and drinking establishment, and this just came up recently, and I'll give you an example. In Astoria, Queens, C1 zone, just rezoned to C4, but the commercial was reduced from 150 to 100. Guy wants to put live music. Can't do it because he has to come through here for a special permit because he's within 100 feet of a residential district. That's in use group 12A. Is that something that the agency will look to, I guess, modify that section? Or I'm just curious because you're talking about making things easier for them. Broadway, for example, in Astoria is a commercial corridor with restaurants up and down, and I know a lot of the business owners are going through a difficulty of trying to change their CFO to add entertainment. I'm just going to run off the other 2 questions real quick. Proposal 18, I was just wondering, has the agency looked at certain areas to utilize the M3A, M2A? I understand you're not mapping it, but are there certain areas like in LIC or in Jamaica, Queens, anywhere where there's currently M? And the other thing I was going to bring up was, and let me just find it here because I'm trying to cross out a lot of stuff here. I would say, I guess after the agency is done with this, I know you do a lot of training with the building department. I think it would be a great idea to also do that with the professional community to help them navigate, because the first thing I looked at when we got the briefing package wasn't really the slideshow. I went straight to the text because we apply the law when using it. So I think it would be great because not everyone knows everything, not me, I know that, and I would need help just trying to find a parking waiver or a residential waiver. So I think it would be a great idea if the agency could reach out. And I know you've done a lot of reaching out because I hear a lot of great things from the community already for the work you've been putting in on this. So with that, I'm going to cut it short. Any other questions, I'll bring it up at another meeting. So.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, for your questions. So starting on training, I think that's a great idea and would love to speak with you further on that, but also think about it more internally. Because as we are making sure we're modernizing our city zoning, it's not just, of course, the Department of Buildings that is going to have to look at this. Everyone. This will be our new zoning resolution, and so we want to make sure it's as accessible as possible and reducing the barriers to entry for small businesses. And that, I think, in part necessitates the idea of having more public-facing resources, the ability to help guide folks through this transition to a new code. So thank you for the comment and suggestion. As far as eating and drinking, when you go from, say, C1 to C4, today, if you were to go into a C4 district, as you note, there's a 100-foot requirement for spaces that are 12A. We're not seeking to change that requirement. So if you wanted to have a bar or restaurant with over 200 people in the future, you would still have to have that minimum of 100 feet from a residence. However, the zoning would not prohibit you anymore from having dancing under 200 people. So we think small venue is appropriate in any commercial district. But if you want to have a larger venue, which we're defining as over 200 people, then we want to keep in place those distance from residence requirements, at least in part to address Commissioner Benjamin's concerns around queuing when you have larger establishments in particular. So we want to make sure that those safeguards are in place so that if you have a larger business, they're at least 100 feet from residences. We also want to make sure that there's a pathway. So if a business wanted to exceed that 200-person capacity, that they could use an existing BSA special permit to do that on a case-by-case basis. So if this business wanted to go over 200 people, they would have to make their case publicly. They'd have to do a limited environmental review and then have to be able to suggest this will not create things like queuing on a neighborhood street. And then looking at certain areas, in these new districts have been created intentionally over many, many months, working not just with our borough offices at the agency, but also speaking with a whole host of folks who are concerned about industrial areas, industrial service providers, other agencies that do work in industrial areas to really create tools that are applicable and citywide. So part of the challenge and opportunity of creating these new tools is we want to make sure that the core is appropriate in a number of different places and a number of different boroughs. Same thing with transition growth and the new C7 designation. So we, over the coming months and years after adoption, will be seeking to use these new tools, of course, and trying to think about places where they're most appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me go to Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the briefing. It was extremely useful, and I join my colleagues in congratulating you for all the amount of work that has been put forth. As one of the three big City of Yes proposals, I wanted to start with a question about public engagement. Your presentation didn't discuss what were some of the next steps, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like your last public meeting was on September 12th, yet the environmental assessment statement was filled on the 30th. So it sounds like people haven't really had a chance to read this and so forth. Can you walk us a little bit through what are some of the next steps, given that this is a non-ULURP, or help us understand sort of like what are the next steps of the public engagement and the implications. So, for example, having a negative declaration at this point excludes the opportunity of a full scoping session, and so how can people actually weigh in on the potential impacts of this and so forth?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So on process and where we are today, we are, as of today, about to embark in the 60 days of community board, the referral period. So we'll be going out to a number of community boards starting this week, starting Wednesday, in fact. And so that begins the process by which we go out, but it's far from the start of the process today. So as you noted, our last citywide public information session was in about mid-September. About 2 weeks later, we released the draft annotated zoning text on our website and sent that to every stakeholder as well as every community board to let them know that we had posted that draft text and give them extra time to take a look, as well as to give them helpful explanations and annotations about the nature of the changes we were proposing. And that draft text became the proposed text and was filed with the addition of things like special districts where we hadn't had the chance to get to that point, that level of detail yet by the time we released it a month ago. And so that is now out, as well as the environmental assessment. And so, as you know, there is no scoping hearing, in part because in conducting that environmental assessment, none of the proposals reached that threshold where there was that potential for environmental impact that would be necessary to initiate the EIS and to initiate the scoping and the additional processes related. And so as I shared a couple of times, there are particular proposals where we're placing additional safeguards to make sure that there are no environmental impacts on any of these proposals, and we feel confident about that. Now, I think that's, if you have any other questions about next steps, I'm happy to highlight.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm just noting that this out of the three is the only one that is non-ULURP, and so I want to understand in more detail, sort of like where are the implications, and just to make sure that the public understands exactly What are all the opportunities that they'll have to weigh in? I guess my next question is really more about the negative declaration. So in my mind, and this is about the manufacturing districts specifically, creating the districts but not mapping them, doesn't that foreclose the ability to actually understand what are their impacts? In other words, if we define them now and only decide where to map them later, wouldn't that be too late to address or discuss what's actually entailed?
Thank you. So when it comes to the creation of new types of zoning districts, part of the reason we're not mapping them is because we want to make sure that they are where they are mapped is only through a robust community engagement process, a robust environmental review process. And so the creation of these new tools, or paintbrushes, if you will, we're intentionally not mapping them as part of this because we recognize that the process of mapping them will not take just years, but potentially even decades for many of our city's industrial areas. And we want to begin on that work as soon as possible. So we're creating these new tools. We're having them be appropriate in a citywide context, in part because we want to make sure that we're getting ready to begin the process of being able to apply these particular geographies and go through, as you highlight, that more robust process later on.
Thank you. I guess the reason why I'm asking this, and this is maybe we can discuss this offline, is how do we anticipate potential findings that will only emerge once we start landing them somewhere? For example, I'm interested in understanding how could increases in FAR and M3 are not expected to trigger seeker, or for example, how you're measuring secondary displacement, even in some of the transitional districts. But anyway, something that I just wanted to bring up, and maybe we can discuss later just to wrap up, just to confirm, I didn't see anywhere an intention to update the performance standards, not even in terms of the current M-zone framework? That's correct. But wouldn't that be an easy, well, not easy, it could be very complex, but maybe a use or a appropriation of existing zoning tools that could allow you to address some of the issues that were discussed by my colleagues today?
It's a great question. I think one that, do you want to jump in, Carolyn?
Yeah. Hey, Commissioner, I just wanted to address a couple of quick follow-ups. First, I'll just answer on that. I think it's a great question. That one we definitely should follow up. As I think you are aware and other commissioners know, we are looking at some citywide work on industrial planning. There are many things I think about the performance standards that have been raised over time. We'd love to talk to you about thoughts, and those would have to be part of another citywide action, we think. They are rather complex, and so they didn't fit neatly into the category here, but we're always looking at ways to think about improving on those mechanisms. Just returning to your prior questions, I did want to clarify that the non-ULURP nature of this proposal in no way means that we are shortchanging the community engagement. As Matt mentioned, we'll be going out to all of the community boards, just as we would if it were a ULURP action. So there is a very technical distinction here, but not a meaningful one in terms of any limit to the amount of public engagement required or that we are setting forward as part of the public review here. And then I think to your other point regarding the potential for studying deeply the impacts of something like mapping in an M3A, that's precisely the reason we would not do it as part of a larger citywide action, because when we think about the kinds of environmental review that are typically looked at for a mapping action like that, it's those site-specific facts that on the ground that we would want to consider. So I think you are right to anticipate that in many circumstances you might see, or you would certainly want to pay careful attention to the socioeconomic effects of a mapping of any of these tools in one particular area. We would need to look at that on a site-by-site basis, which is part of the reason that we will hold those mapping changes for those neighborhood processes or for individual site-specific mapping applications.
Thank you. I would love to maybe engage with you in a conversation about that, but I appreciate your response. The one last thing that I wanted to ask or point out, maybe for additional discussion later, is so I had noted that you're calling out life sciences, amusements, nightlife as examples of the type of industries. In my mind, the consolidation of the land use groups in and of itself would require seeker? Because that's a bigger question that in my mind, may have direct impacts that we would need to measure. Having said that, though, I just wanted to ask, I know that in the briefing I brought up why weren't we more explicitly calling out green businesses, and specifically the connection with the proposed carbon neutrality zoning text amendment in terms of specific uses that we want to attract and so forth. And I didn't see that in the text anywhere. I was wondering if that is, or if I just missed it.
Well, first, I want to address your first question. Of course, I think the text amendment did require seeker. So I think what you mean to say is a higher threshold of seeker impact, why the use change would not identify an adverse, the potential for impact.
Well, the level of impact assessment that I think the consolidation of land use groups would have required exceeds what we're doing right now. I mean, we're essentially saying this is a negative declaration and moving from there.
I think we understand. The question is, why did the consolidation not require? Why did it not identify impacts? I think a very easy one here. The intent with the consolidation is not really to substantively change where different kinds of uses can go. Where we are identifying the expansion of uses into new areas, those are covered within the other components of the proposal. So, for instance, under the C1, C2 changes, we are looking at the limited expansion of certain kinds of uses. With certainly the vertical integration, we are looking at that expansion, and we included what we think of as avoidance measures, right? Certain kinds of attenuation standards on sound, so that we would not identify any additional impacts. But with the use consolidation itself, it's a nomenclature and an organizational change. It's not one where it itself is intended to expand new uses to new geographies. So that's why we were not identifying any impacts in that particular category.
Thank you. Just to make sure I understood correctly, the existing zoning districts will be affected or not by the land use consolidation, the land use group consolidation?
They will use the new organizational structure, but not. It does in its effect not introduce new uses into new areas, or new categories of uses. Certain other parts of the proposal do, and those were analyzed.
But yet, under the no declaration status.
That's correct. Right. So when we analyze, we look at the potential for those new introductions to cause new potential impacts in things like traffic or noise, right? And the good news is, because we are already allowing so many kinds of uses on commercial streets, there are only certain places where introducing new similar kinds of uses we think would create new potential impacts, right? So on a commercial street today, we already allow for a wide uses. The places in C1 and C2, for instance, where we're consolidating use lists, are really because of the arbitrary nature of the distinctions between the C1 and C2 use list. We think that is ultimately good for a C1 street to have access to that wider range of uses, but there are already many uses that can site on a C1 street. So when we're looking at the potential for impact, we're not, we're always thinking about, are we, through this action, creating a new undue potential for some sort of noisy or more traffic-inducing use than would otherwise be able to cite there. And precisely because of the arbitrary distinction between these two, in that case, for instance, we did not, versus, for instance, thinking about a vertical integration where we were much more concerned about the potential of a commercial use on top of a residence where no commercial use might have been able to locate before.
Thank you. I understand the rationale and would love to maybe engage at another point more directly on that. Just to make sure I at least mention two quick questions for further discussion. One is, I'm interested in understanding the rationale, and I'm actually very interested as a positive a proposal, the idea that micromobility could be introduced in commercial districts and so forth. But I'm wondering, why in commercial districts addressing the issue as compared to last mile facilities, for example, where we're addressing the same problem. We're just attending the concerns in the commercial core, but not in the M districts where, these are environmental justice concerns. And then the last question is just going back and highlight maybe the need to return to what is the research that is showing us the actual results of the MX and whether or not it's helping us retain manufacturing. Because last time that we discussed, it sounded like we were still working on the data, working on the research, and here we're making very large assumptions in terms of what is intended that will come out of this. Yeah. Again, something I acknowledge that this is a lot, and maybe we can discuss separately. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and happy to discuss separately as well as in future sessions with the Commission. But to address the intent of the micromobility proposal, the vast majority of what we're doing in City of Yes for Economic Opportunity is designed to help address ways in which we are making it easier to repurpose existing space. And in the instance of when it comes to delivery activity in commercial areas, that activity is just, except for grocery delivery, not allowed today. And so we recognize that that is a gap in the way that we think about how distribution occurs in our city and occurs globally. Needless to say, the way that we receive goods has changed quite rapidly and quite recently, and we also don't see that changing anytime soon. And so we recognize that we need to adapt our zoning to meet that need, particularly in commercial areas where today there's no step down space. There's no way to have any kind of delivery activity occur within a storefront unless you're the post office. They're the one exception. So if you're not the federal government, you can't do the same kinds of activity in a neighborhood setting. And this, in part, is leading to additional truck congestion and additional negative concerns, particularly when it comes to the routes and the kinds of delivery activity that are occurring. So we want to distribute more the locations where this activity occurs, thereby reducing the truck congestion, encouraging alternative modes of transportation, particularly non-vehicle modes of transportation, so that you can see more neighborhood-based hubs for this kind of activity. So thank you for the question, and happy to continue following up on any of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Crowell?
Yes, thanks very much, Matt. You and the entire team did such an extraordinary job, and I certainly appreciated the development of the proposal since we had a much smaller group Q&A, and I appreciate that. A number of my questions were asked already by Commissioner Borzog and Kermani, as well as several others. I did have one issue to follow up with. I noticed a lot more discussion about DOB in the proposal, and I'd just like to get a sense of any commitments that you have from DOB in the implementation of the proposal. There's certainly been discussions about enforcement, but anything in terms of new rulemaking and overall planning that will follow up closely with this plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. As far as working with DOB, we've been working with them very closely in making sure that these proposals are A, implementable, and B, are ones that will make their jobs easier as well. Because ambiguous and confusing zoning, it's of course terrible for small businesses and terrible for New Yorkers, but it's also not great for the folks whose job it is to interpret and enforce zoning. So in many ways, by making these changes, we are making it easier for DOB to do their jobs in doing the hard work and necessary work of implementing our zoning. So we've been working very closely with them from the get-go in the proposal development, and we'll of course continue to do so when these proposals are adopted and we go through the phase of implementing them.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And final question from Commissioner Murray.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Matt and team. I would agree with my colleagues. This has been an excellent presentation. I do have a series of questions, but I'm going to limit it to just two because I know we are running tight for time here. The first one has to do with slide, I believe, 16, proposal 4, and modernizing loading dock rules so buildings can adapt over time. So I'm trying to figure out in a scenario in my head where a building could adapt an additional loading dock based on design. So have you, in your studies here, identified buildings that would lend themselves well to this type of a transition?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Commissioner. I think in some instances, the kinds of buildings that would lend themselves well to being able to adapt over time are our city's office buildings, where today, if you want to go from a commercial use, such as an office, to another type of non-residential use, such as, say, a 3D printer or a vertical farm or any other kind of clean manufacturer, the rules we have, dating back to 61, say if you add, and it's dependent on the number of square feet, but if you add, say, 20,000 or 25,000 square feet of what's considered to be a manufacturing or production use, you are required to add a number of loading docks, regardless on the type of use, the type of business, regardless of the other businesses and what their needs might be. And the reality is that this, in many instances, it impedes the adaptive reuse of office buildings, loft-style industrial buildings, other buildings in which you have a mix of use types. And so by getting zoning out of the way, saying for an existing building that already has been built, has empty space, we want someone to sign that lease, zoning is prohibiting in some instances the ability for them to occupy that space. We want to remove zoning out of the way, enable that adaptive reuse to occur, and recognizing that for new buildings, you should still add loading docks appropriate to the proposed mix of uses in that building.
Understood. Thank you. And, you know, I also would posit that if we're having these micro mobility centers, that maybe loading docks in buildings that are not in use could become sort of micro mobility centers. And that's something that you guys can further explore if you think that makes any kind of sense. But I would think that if there are loading docks somewhere that somebody's not using and you really need to get goods and services out to businesses, why not try the micromobility as well for those businesses? And then lastly, I just want to ask you a very pointed question so I could understand, because there is a difference between a concept and funding. When you talk about cross-subsidization of uses, can you give me some examples of what that may be? And could you clarify what that cross-subsidization would look like in terms of economics?
Sure. And just to clarify, Commissioner, are you referring to the creation of new types of zoning districts?
I'm specifically talking about, thank you for that question, because I'm specifically talking about slide 40, M2A,
Thank you.
something that Commissioner Knuckles also pointed out in your transition area. So that would be sort of the, you know, the areas where, well, you tell me. So where there's where you talk about cross-subsidization, I'd really just like to understand your concept of cross-subsidization, the economics behind it, because there's one thing to say there is cross-subsidization. There's another thing to say developers are thinking that this use can cross-subsidize that use, and then there are term sheets that specifically talk about cross-subsidization. So when we talk about cross-subsidization, I just want us to all be clear of what their thinking is on cross-subsidization.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So on the idea of using a multitude of different business types to have a new building pencil out or be able to be created, that's what I mean by cross-subsidization. And my reference to that is in close consultation with, in particular, industrial service providers, folks who are trying to help industrial businesses in our city's IBZs be able to locate, expand, grow, and have the space necessary to do so. And what we've heard from them is oftentimes our existing zoning tools are just so out of date that to be able to create new industrial buildings is very, very difficult. And no surprise, in New York City, it's very, very expensive. And so when they're seeking to, or anyone who's seeking to create new industrial space wishes to do so, there's a recognition that you need a variety of business types in some instances, which is why we think the transition is appropriate, to ensure that creation of new industrially defined space that is guaranteed for industrial users that on its own might not have been created but for that cross-subsidization. So on my part, that's what I mean when I say the word cross-subsidization. I'm not referring to a financial pro forma, although speaking with industrial service providers, other stakeholders who are actually going out and building new industrial space, believe you me that they're trying to figure out how to make this work to create new space for industrial users. So that's the economic rationale behind this particular tool. And as we go on, happy to talk to you more about the specifics behind it and why we have landed on the particular differential floor area ratios that we have. That, too, is intentional based on what we've heard from people trying to build new space.
Understood. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And it does make a lot of sense of the owners wanting to cross-subsidize by saying these mix of uses will help us do that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And with that, Matt,
Not much interest.
that is it. Not a lot of interest in the subject, obviously. No, we really appreciate you and your time and the team, and we'll look forward to picking this up, and of course to the community boards and to borough boards and borough presidents that will now have this proposal in their hands. We look forward to working with them, engaging, answering questions, being a resource. Really important next step in this process, and we're going to look forward to that. So thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioners, for your interest and your questions today.
Thank you. Okay, Sarah? Oh, well, let me just say what's going to happen to this officially. We're going to refer this one to the community boards, the borough boards, and the borough presidents for 60 days. All right. What's next?
The next item on our agenda is a special presentation to the CPC, the Borough-Based Trails Program update regarding the Brooklyn facility. We are joined by representatives from the Department of Design and Construction, the Department of Corrections, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, and ACOM Hill Joint Venture.
Great. Welcome to all of you. Good afternoon.
How about now? All right, great.
Thank you.
Well, again, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Eduardo Lavalle, and I'm the Associate Commissioner of DDC leading the BBJ program. We will start the presentation with a quick update of the BBJ program. Then we'll spend most of our time sharing the conceptual design of the Brooklyn facility. So today's presentation is part of DDC's commitment, as per the agreement letter of 2019, to keep the Commission informed of design progress relative to the BBJ facilities. We last presented to the Commission last year in August. As said earlier, today's presentation is on the Brooklyn facilities exclusively. And we are moving ahead with the other 3 facilities at this point, and we are in the procurement phase for the other 3 facilities. Our team has also been engaging with the Department of City Planning. Last month, in fact, we held an engagement session with DCP. They provided very constructive real-time feedback to the design builder on the schematic design before you today. DCP's thoughtful feedback early in the design development process has greatly influenced and informed the building you'll see shortly. I'm joined today by representatives of our sponsor agencies, DOC, CHS, MOCJ, as well as City Hall, and of course, the Brooklyn facility design builder comprised of TPC and HOK. Efforts on all 4 facilities are in progress right now at various stages of development. We have 2 proposals for each the Queens and the Bronx facilities. which are in active procurement, as said earlier, and we are at this point soliciting proposals for the Manhattan facility, looking to shortlist the proposals for Manhattan by February and issue an RFP at that point. The Brooklyn Design Builder, TPC and HOK was given notice to proceed in June. This is a snapshot of the BBJ program schedule. In addition to the new facilities, we recently achieved substantial completion of the Queens Garage in June, a huge milestone for the program, as this was DDC's first ever design build project. We have 5 other early work projects on the way throughout the 4 boroughs. I will now hand it off to my colleague, Alex Maldonado, Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Correction. Alex?
Thank you, Eduardo. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Alex Maldonado. I represent the Department of Correction, and we are really grateful to be here and to be working on this I'm sorry, I don't know how to use these things. There we go. We are really grateful to be working on this project with our city partners to replace our existing jails with a smaller, safer, and fairer system. We hope that these new jails will improve the lives and the well-being of people who live in these buildings as well as work in them. There are 4 locations chosen, as you guys know, based on the ULURP process that happened in 2019, but these 4 sites have been selected. 3 are existing facilities currently that are under a dismantle process, and the 4th one in the Bronx. I'm now going to turn it over to Lauren, who heads our community engagement.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lauren Messier. I'm the Outreach Manager for the Borough-Based Jails Program. I think I just messed up the screen. Okay, there we go. So given the large and complex nature of this program, we are engaging with an unusually broad set of stakeholders. We are engaging with all of our city partners, including DCP. We are working and coordinating extensively with the Department of Correction and Correctional Health Services, as well as other service providers, to understand the operational needs of the future facilities. And we have a dedicated outreach team that engages directly with community members in order to provide progress updates, solicit design feedback, and provide boots-on-the-ground support throughout the construction process. We're engaging with our community members through a number of forums. In addition to regular meetings with our community boards and our neighborhood advisory committees, we are also holding briefings with elected officials and community leaders. We are offering open public meetings and public design input workshops, and we are working with a variety of dedicated focus groups. Oh, actually, let me go back to this for one moment. All told to date, we've held a total of 151 meetings across all 4 boroughs since the ULURP was passed in 2019. During our community design input workshops, we're focused on gathering feedback in the areas that most directly impact the local community members. So this includes the relationship of the buildings to the surrounding neighborhoods, the public realm and streetscape, the interior public areas of the jail facilities, as well as the community spaces. And finally, we are upholding the city's commitment to engage with a body of peer reviewers at all 4 facilities. The peer review panels are comprised of architects, landscape architects, justice impacted individuals, and other designers, and they are providing advisory reviews to help guide the city's design process. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Ken Drucker, Design Director with HOK.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. We're honored to have been selected for this incredibly important project. Tutor Perini and HOK have a long history working together on building large civic projects. We see this as an incredible opportunity to create a building that's all about resiliency and transforming, the system of how persons in custody are treated in the city. Since selection 4 months ago, we've had 4 community involvements, including 2 community workshops, an introduction of the team, and most recently a meeting with the Land Use Committee. We've submitted to the Public Design Commission, we've met with DCP staff, and we've basically folded all the information that we document into the design that you're going to see today. What's really important to us is that the building be a civic building that has a 50 to 100-year lifespan, that it responds to the public realm, responds to the significance of doing civic architecture in New York City, and hopefully you'll see that the design that we're submitting We're at 75% schematic design. We're submitting 100% schematic design around Thanksgiving, reflects the importance of this site in Brooklyn. The site is bounded by Atlantic, Borum, Smith, and State, and it's significant in that it's the southern anchor at the corridor leading north-south from Cadman Plaza, and abuts 3 really significant residential neighborhoods. So the scale of the building was determined during the Euler process. The existing building is being demolished, but we looked for ways to create a sensitive architectural solution that is mindful of the setbacks and the texture of the community and the color and the palette of the community, focusing on the public realm. So the existing building is being dismantled. I'm not going to spend much time walking around the site, but it is important that we are aware as a design team that it's about the pedestrian experience and the impact to the neighbors of having a building of this typology on this site. There are a lot of sensitivities about the kind of uses of this building. And so by creating a building that's very civic, the idea is to basically take the old history that's being dismantled and create a more optimistic approach through the architecture that we've developed. We basically are the fulcrum at the southern end of, the commercial district of Brooklyn. In yellow, you can see all the residential, Borum Hill, Cobble Hill, and Brooklyn Heights, and the variety of uses. Our goal is, as this fulcrum, is to sort of knit this community together with community space at the ground floor, public open space on the corner of Borum and Smith, and to create a building that relates to the courthouse to the north. As part of the Euler, there's a requirement for 30,000 square feet on Atlantic Avenue. That is not part of our program. DDC will actually bid that out in a later phase. But we are adhering to the Euler diagrams of where the front door is off of Borum, where the main public lobby is, where service is off of State, and parking access off of Smith, understanding that Smith has a more retail scale, State has a slightly larger scale, and then obviously Atlantic is the largest scale in terms of neighbors and traffic impact. The building stack, due to security reasons, we can't share all the floor plans publicly just yet. But the notion is we've got 2 floors below grade. We've got a double height lobby, community space that's double height, 30,000 square feet facing Atlantic. The podium of the building, which adheres to the setbacks, is essentially support services for correctional staff and for admissions and for visitation. And then we have the housing clusters in green that you see, multiple floors of housing with mechanical. We're adhering to the 295-foot height limit on the site with about 40 feet of mechanical up above. The Euler envelope was defined as part of the RFP process. And in that Euler envelope, you can see that this is a street wall building. It's about 712,000 zoning square feet. We are using all the zoning square feet, but we're working hard to set back the building. So the taller element is facing the western end on Borum, and the shorter element is actually going to be, and Aman Krishan is going to walk through a more detailed explanation of the architectural solution and the rationale of the massing. But as a starting point, I wanted to say that our goal is to break down the scale of this building, do a building that represents basically the civic attributes of what this building is trying to do and accomplish, and blend in at the base and public realm level to the community. So after Aman goes through the architecture, Autumn Visconti is going to walk through the landscape and the public realm, and then I'll wrap up.
Good afternoon. I'm Aman Krishan. I'm a design principal for HOK, and I'll walk you through the building design and our approach to it. Fundamentally, our design is grounded in the principles of dignity and respect. When we start to look at the use of this building, we started with the construct of sculpting it by light, to bring daylight deep into the floor plates, to create a more normative and healing environment for its users. To do that, we carved the building, what you see in the orange and yellow in the center of the building, that creates additional setbacks. It creates a carving of the building, and to the exterior, it breaks the apparent mass of the building down. We had taken exactly the same approach in our RFP submission. However, the carve-outs were constrained. We've actually taken that idea, really leaned into this notion of daylight, and expanded the reveal. So what you see on the left was what we submitted for the RFP. What you see on the right is where our design is currently progressing. And then very importantly, as those carve-outs come down to the ground, they create community space and civic space for the people. This is a civic building, so that as a civic building, it gives back to its community and its people. This is a view of a typical floor plate. When it shows an annual analysis of daylight, and it starts to show how those carve-outs are actually, in fact, working to bring daylight into the buildings itself. Most of the perimeter of the building will be lined by housing cells, which have individual windows and access to natural light. At those carve-outs are what we have located recreation areas, and those recreation areas is what is bringing those light in, but also providing access to outdoors for people in custody. That's balanced by a need for views for the people, access to light, of course, access to fresh air, but also balancing that with security requirements. So for the first 6 to 7 feet, there is a screen element that allows fresh air to come through. However, it prevents cross-viewing between the different housing cluster, which is a security requirement. And then above that 6 to 7 feet is open mesh that will allow for a lot more fresh air, a lot more daylight, a lot more views. As we consider the program, we also consider how all of this impacts the community surrounding. So as we locate these recreation yards, and mostly in the center of the building, we are pulling them away from the adjacent residential areas and residential neighbors. This is in direct feedback that we heard from the community themselves, that with the previous facility, there were issues of visual and acoustic communication. So we're working very hard to mitigate those issues at the outset and build them into the design itself. The building wants to be a good neighbor to its surrounding community, but it also wants to be a civic asset for Brooklyn and for the city. As Ken talked about it, this is a very unique site for the building. It is located along a southern civic corridor for the Brooklyn Civic District, and it's very much part of being a civic asset for the Brooklyn Civic District. This is a view on the corner of Atlantic and Borum. At the corner, which is that southern end of that corridor, is anchored by a civic space by the notion of giving back to the people. The architectural expression above that is guided also by learning and referencing the Corinthian columns of the Borough Hall, Corinthian columns of the courthouse, which are the sculpted fluted members as they rise, learning from brownstones, articulated horizontal cornices that come together to define the architectural expression. As we walk around the building, we're on Atlantic looking west. The way the light plays off of these members creates a lot of animation and light dynamism, but equally importantly, they provide shading and they increase the solar performance of the facade and the building. They also provide privacy for the users within and privacy for the community who would be able to look inside. So it's multifunctional. They're doing a lot of work and a lot of the horizontal cornices I talked about that we learned from brownstones, really, again, tying back to the civic building. This is a view along Smith Street. You're seeing the courthouse on the right-hand side, so pulling those horizontal datums through, connecting and relating back to the civic district. And then across, on the other side of the site is this is a view on State, vertically anchoring this building down to the ground. But the idea, this also illustrates the notion of carving the building so that it appears much smaller and much more slender as you view it from different aspects. Overall, as the building comes together, it wants to fit into its context, the light through materiality, through colors, through tone, through texture, the lighter color referencing the stones of Borough Hall and the courthouse, the warmer color in the middle, breaking the scale down to a more intimate residential human scale, but and also referencing colors of brownstone. So the building working hard to connect itself to its neighborhood. Autumn will talk through landscape, and I'll come back and talk through the ground floor experience of the building.
Come on. Hi, everyone. My name is Autumn Visconti. I'm the landscape architecture lead with HOK. And I'm going to walk through the overall streetscape public realm approach for the facility and identify some of the key aspirations that we're beginning to develop. As Ken mentioned, a lot of the design development has been very much engaged with the community engagement process, and we're beginning to fold in all of the community input into our design as it evolves. So what we're looking at is our overall goals and ambitions for the streetscape for the project. That's improving the public realm connections, enhancing the overall civic experience, and then creating a community cornerstone for this site. It's very important. It's on the kind of hinge point between many neighborhoods. So how can we create an inspirational landscape and public realm for the community, as well as for visitors and pedestrians that move about the site? So flipping into a plan view, we're looking at a streetscape that really inspires and relates to the Downtown Brooklyn Public Realm Action Plan, using a curvilinear, softer geometries to really create a fun and inviting and welcoming pedestrian experience, bundling streetscape planting as much as possible to create a safer public realm experience as one walks along Atlantic and Boren Place, and really utilizing and creating opportunities for as much seating as possible around the site, really enhancing the overall streetscape approach by improving and creating a better pedestrian walking experience. As such, we're trying to maximize the number of trees and tree canopy around the site. We are working delicately along the site with a number of constraints, including the F&G subway along Smith Street, the existing water main along Atlantic and Bourne Place, and then the respective offset for canopy trees as it relates to the New York City Parks Department guidelines for street tree planting. Part of the facility requires a robust security design approach. We're beginning to be really precise in the types of security design elements that we're going to use around the site, including crash-rated security bollards that will be integrated into some of the streetscape furnishing elements. These will be centered around some of the entrances of the site that you see highlighted in blue, as well as a safety-rated security elements that will be a little bit more integrated into the furnishing elements around the site. So this is more related to a K8 or K10 or a simple bike rack or seating wall element. So again, really thinking about how we can blend these elements into the streetscape furnishings without it being kind of like a streetscape of bollards. Furthermore, we're looking at how anticipated pedestrian flows can help really give form to some of the proposed planting arrangements, and really thinking about pedestrian safety and mobility as one moves around the site. As such, we're looking at creating an inviting and welcoming gateway into the site at the corner of Atlantic and Bourne Place. This is a very important corner and intersection for our community. This is the kind of gateway that leads you to downtown Brooklyn. People stop here to kind of get on their bikes, et cetera. And then this is also the entrance to the facility. So we're looking at ways to really think about how some of the benches can be part of the security design elements that face towards the facility, and thinking about how we can maximize planting wherever possible. We're also breaking down the scale of the paving by introducing different paving types and looking at a little bit more of a softer geometry approach and coupling some of the planter elements along the street for a natural vegetative buffer. Some of these forms, they're derived from the PDC-approved Downtown Brooklyn Partnership Streetscape approach. This looks at really breaking the mold of our standard square street tree pits and having a softer, iconic geometry form that really blends into the larger streetscape approach for the site. This creates consistency with the Downtown Brooklyn Streetscape approach as it connects down to Atlantic. I'm doing a little bit of a tour and walkthrough of the site. This is our approach to the facility's main entrance, where we have ample seating with backs, armrests, and ADA companion seating facing in towards the central plaza. And then looking down towards Atlantic Avenue, really utilizing and maximizing planting to create this natural vegetative buffer from the kind of very fast thoroughfare of Atlantic Avenue, and protecting pedestrians walking down the street. And then keeping our corners as porous as possible. This can be only achieved through our bollard elements, but we're looking at other elements that can really create a really secure and robust intersection approach. So this is at Smith Street and Atlantic Avenue. Again, maintaining as much clearways as possible to allow for maximum pedestrian movement around the site. Moving on to State Street, this is one of our more residentially aligned streets, so increasing the amount of planting adjacent to some of our entrances. This is the staff entrance on the backside of the facility, but creating a welcoming and inviting experience for the staff. And then taking it a little bit of a step back, we're approaching the facility here on State Street, and we're going to walk through the adjacent site views here. Come on. Great, thanks. Got it.
So at State Street, what we're trying to incorporate is a hierarchy of vertical members. So you see the darker brown members that mimic the rhythm of brownstones. So as you walk down the street, the sense of rhythm and sense of experience is being tied to its surrounding neighborhood. The community, it's been activated by the entrance to the staff with a little mini plaza associated with it. And then as you go down the street, there is one of the reveals that comes down to meet the street and creates an opportunity for seating and landscape. Coming around the building on Borum is the main plaza and the main entrance to the facility. We worked with DCP here to modify the entrance of the facility. We heard the request to make sure that all lines for security are incorporated within the facility itself, and therefore we have expanded the lobby, expanded that security screening. So that will all happen now within the facility. The door, the main entrance door faces that main plaza and gives you contiguous plaza, another comment that DCP had made to us. And then coming around to Atlantic, really sort of expressing that two-story of community space as it wraps around the building and giving it a retail character, so it feels very similar to the retail character around the rest of Atlantic. It has 3 entrances in line with ULURP and all facing Atlantic. One of its entrances is part of that reveal in the building, again associated with landscape and seating opportunities associated with that. And then coming around the building to the corner of Atlantic and Smith Street, this is where the transparency of the building and the nature of the vertical sculpted members come and meet together. Again, listening to DCP, we've made that corner transparent. You can see the community uses inside. The corner is anchored by an entrance to the community space itself. One of the other things I should mention, also in the pre-award comments, DCP and both PDC had talked about the entrances for the vehicular services. We've listened to their comments very carefully. We've reduced the overhang. We've reduced the apparent length of them, really constraining them to where the location is and blending them with the rest of the facade, minimizing their visual impact to the surrounding.
So we just have 2 more slides. I just wanted to say we've had 3 meetings with the Cultural Affairs art program. We're in the process of art selection for the plaza potentially, or for the corner of the Smith and Atlantic, or within the lobby, within the housing units, or within the visitation areas. So that's an ongoing process. They've invited 5 artists to make recommendations. In terms of, summing things up, we're really proud of the massing and the ability to break the scale of the building down. We believe really that this is also about energy optimization and reducing the energy loads for this building. So sustainability is very important to us, and that's another reason for these reveals and to basically bring daylight deep within the space. And the materiality of the building reflects the nature of the neighborhood. And, the guiding principles for this project that were part of the RFP were basically about creating supportive environments. We haven't used this discussion to talk about the program inside the building, but the goal is to get natural light into every habitable space within the building and to create a more normative environment for the users. Our other goal is to knit this into the fabric of the community. These jails are being placed in the community, so there's access to families, and so the family visitation areas, the lobby, the experience for children and teenagers is going to be very different than the experience that they currently have at Rikers Island. We see this as a civic asset. I think you can see that that's clear in terms of the scale of the building and the attention to detail, and then using New York City's resources wisely in terms of optimizing the building performance, looking for savings in terms of specifications for long-term maintenance cost, and responding really positively to the interactions that we've had with DCP, PDC, the Cultural Affairs Commission, and the Land Use Committee of Community Board 2 in Brooklyn. We're trying to be as attentive as we can to all these complex issues. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much for being here today. We've got a couple of questions. Let me just start. by saying I really do appreciate the openness and the light that you're trying to create here. I think it's meaningful, and it really comes through in your design. So congratulations. I wanted to just talk to you about the public space on the corner, so the entrance of Forum Place, and what you are doing. And you alluded to this a little bit in the presentation. What you're doing to make sure this is a space where people could potentially take a break and gather themselves on their way in and out the door, as opposed to just have it be a pass-through and a sort of an intersection where you're trying not to have it be overly crowded. I don't know how you think about that, and I'm
going to have Autumn address the fluidity of the space and the use and the programming of it.
Yep, I can dive in here. So we're providing as much ample seating as possible. We're looking at other furnishing elements where people can sit and gather around, whether that's a little bit of a smaller table that's integrated into some of the benches, but something that feels a little bit more like a seating area versus an area of a pass-through, and really using geometries to help frame and create kind of garden-like nooks that create privacy in certain areas, and then also using changes in texture and materiality to create a more softer approach in a material kind of sense. It's a small space.
It sounds like it's still in development.
It is, yeah.
Okay. And the community space on Atlantic Avenue, is there any update on the status of that?
An RFP hasn't been submitted yet for that, so we're just right now treating it as white box space.
Got it. And then the last question for me is the Smith Street entrance. The Smith Street, I guess it's the Sally Port, is how do you, do I have it correct that that's where that is?
Yeah, so on State Street, we've got 4 loading berths and an entrance to the Sally Port. They drive through the building. All the loading and unloading happens inside the ground floor. And then the Sally Port vehicles basically exit onto Smith Street. Then there's basically a 2-way entrance for 100 parking spaces below grade off of Smith Street. So one door that you saw in the renderings, the northern door, is for exiting from the Sally Port. And the southern door is basically for in and out for 100 parking spaces.
I got it. So you have, on Smith Street, you've got in and out for the vehicles, private vehicles, people who work in the building, and you also have the exit of the Sally Port.
Correct.
So when you think about that level of vehicular movement on that side of the street, how are you dealing with the interaction between that and, let's just say, a bike lane on the street or other pedestrian movement along Smith Street over there?
So, Anand, you might want to address some of the bulb outs that they're projecting out on Borum Street, but the bike lane is actually on Borum Street, if I'm not mistaken.
No, so there are 2 bike lanes. There's one on Borum and there's one on Smith. Yes, so there is, a bike lane on Smith. It is on the other side of the street, however. So that traffic movement is not going to conflict with the bike. We have increased the sidewalk on Smith Street. Our minimum sidewalk width on any side of the building is 15 feet, which is in excess of New York City requirements. Each of the street comes into a different category of a street type, but we're providing more generous width. And then through landscape design, this might actually be a tag team effort here. Through landscape design, we are, we're going to have different paving, so it's very clear for pedestrians as they cross that there is cross vehicular movement at that junction.
Yep, and we're also being mindful of street trees and plantings around the driveways, per requirements of New York City Parks guidelines, as well as creating clear view sheds so pedestrians are aware that there are vehicles moving out, especially on Smith Street. It's a very busy street. So we want to maintain visibility as much as possible along that street.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm going to go to Vice Chair Knuckles and then Commissioner Benjamin.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, let me just say, if I did not know what I know, and I was driving along Atlantic Avenue and I were to encounter this edifice, I would not think a penal institution. So, to the extent that that is a mission of yours, I think you've accomplished it. And I know you said earlier you're not yet at the point where you can reveal what the floor plans will look like, but I believe along Atlantic Avenue on either side of the block, you have residential buildings, do you not?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you able at this point to say what the occupants of the upper floors of each of those residential buildings would see when they look across the block and vice versa?
Yes, so most of the recreational areas that Amin described that have natural ventilation are in the reveal. We call them the bookends that are on each side of the reveal. They're facing to the south and to the north. There are a few high up, but we're doing sight lines. From the very beginning, the community said they were concerned about acoustical issues and privacy issues. And so there is a partition that's about 7 feet high in each of those rec areas so that the persons in custody cannot look down to the street. They can't look straight out, and they can't communicate from the rec yard from one side of the reveal to the other side of the reveal. So we're hoping that that will address the acoustical and sightline concerns. There are a few rec areas on the east side of the building high up, but once again, they can't look straight out or down. They can only look up, and they're at the higher elevations of the building.
I see. Okay. Thank you. The anticipated schedule says for the Brooklyn facility, substantial completion is the first quarter of 2029.
That's correct.
Why will it take 5 years?
Well, that's design and construction.
Right.
So, in fact, we've cut back on the construction schedule substantially from what was proposed initially by the design builders, and that is really the very best that we can do, given the market conditions in the city. Market conditions? Yes. Elaborate, please. Well, there's a lot of public work in the city. The amount of design builders who can handle this type of project, given its dollar value, is rather limited. And so it's really a matter of supply and demand. We are constrained on the labor side and also on the production of specialized detention equipment and systems.
So, according to the schedule, then the Brooklyn facility is the last of the 4 that will come online, essentially?
Brooklyn will be the first.
Will be the first?
The Manhattan will be the last.
Well, maybe I'm not understanding this, because it says substantial completion. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. These are different categories, yeah.
So Queens and the Bronx are now in procurement. Proposals are due in November.
Right.
On the 16th and the 18th, respectively.
Right.
At that point, we would have received proposals from 2 proposers each, and we will have a better sense of the timing as to completion for those 2 facilities. But we know that there would most likely be beyond 29 because Bronx came out of the gate first.
And you say Brooklyn will be the first?
Correct. That's what we project on at this point.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin?
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I wasn't here for your earlier presentation, so you may have talked about the questions that I have previously. But how many officers do you anticipate per shift in this facility?
I think it's too early to say. There are a number of housing areas. We're still working with the design team to figure out how many housing areas we have and then what support staff we will need in the facility.
But you know you're going to have 100 parking spaces. And from a previous project long ago, it was my understanding that as part of the union contract, the officers are guaranteed parking. Is that still the case?
I'm not aware of any union clause that guarantees parking. The 100 parking spots in the building will be for authorized use only, so mainly city vehicles that will be transporting, that will transfer staff between buildings, as well as some limited parking for staff members. The goal, I think, is to emphasize the use of public transit as we go into a more greener society.
Yeah, I just think when we were doing the long ago White Street facility, that became a major issue with the union. So if you could just let me know if that's changed or if I have it wrong, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Number two, I'm curious why you decided to have the public entrance on Borum and the officers' entrance on Smith. The train, the F, the G, the F, the C, the A, the R are all up. If you went up Smith, you would hit all of those trains, whereas on Borum, arguably you could say you get the 2 and 3, and if you went a little further, you'd get the 4 and 5. So why, I don't know which group is larger since you're not sure how many officers you're going to have, but why the placement of the officers on Smith and the public? And I'm assuming that with the public, that's also lawyers or other teams that may need to come in to meet with the detainees.
Correct. So the front, the public lobby will have access for visitors as well as attorneys who are entering the building, as well as family members who may be waiting for individuals to be discharged. And then the other exit, as you noted, is predominantly for staff or any sort of official business, so visitors from other agencies, et cetera. I think it's a design question as to the placement, and I'll let the design team.
And also, just with that, is it anticipated that the visitors' lawyers' entrance will be staffed and available 24/7?
Yes, that's right. The public lobby will be accessible 24/7. Obviously, there will be some limitations on visiting for family members and friends, as we have now. But generally speaking, there will be staff. The public lobby will be staffed 24/7.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for the question. And to your question about why the public entrance is on Borum and the staff entrance is on State Street, that's actually dictated by the ULURP approvals. So we are following what is required by those.
And what is the treatment, you said retail-like, on Atlantic Avenue?
So the ULURP also requires that all of the 30,000 square feet be community facility. As was mentioned earlier, what specifically that community facility will be is yet to be determined, but it will have to fit in with the use groups that are defined by community facility.
And will they be open to the public from the street, or will they be accessed from Borum Place and then to that community facility? Or is that not known yet?
The intent is for the community facility to be accessed from the street, from the sidewalk.
That's right. They are completely. The community facility is a completely standalone on its own, so it has its own mechanical system, it has its own entrances, it is completely detached from the main facility. It has 3 entrances coming off of Atlantic Avenue.
And there's no issue with, it's not, could it be retail, community retail? If it is that?
Yes.
It'll have to fit in within the community facility groups, I believe 3 and 4.
Okay.
So I don't know what those are offhand. So,
but my last question: could they be bail bondsmen if it's a community bail bonds officer?
I would have to check if that falls within.
Okay. I know that was an issue for the community and the proliferation of bail bonds officers around that area that had a dampening effect on other uses. Thank you very much.
I can also just add that it is the intent that there will be a community engagement process. It's, again, separate from the design of this facility for the programming of that community space. So it's not something that's just happening behind closed doors, but there will be community involvement in that in future time.
And I should add also that that effort is being led by City Hall with regards to how that space will be used and programmed.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bozarg?
Hi, thanks for your presentation, and apologies for missing the beginning, though I did look at it in advance. I came in, I think, just as you were going over the light and air study, and I don't know if you covered this before I walked in, but what are the kind of mitigation strategies for ensuring those spaces aren't too hot for youth, especially if a lot of that's coming in through the recreational area? Did you cover that from a design perspective? We've all been in windowed offices where, without the ability to control the shades, a space may suddenly become too hot to use. The equipment in there may become too hot to use.
So the outdoor areas are designed to be outdoor areas. They're open to...
Oh, those are outdoor areas.
Yeah, they're outdoor areas. They're designed for outdoor use, and the access to, seasons changing, the sense of time passing is very important.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood.
Yes, but of course, the interior of the building is being designed to, civic mechanical standards, which will provide comfort zone for its users.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The other question I had, just a little bit on the language. I was curious, I'm not that familiar with the industry, but is it normal to be calling the areas where people are going to be staying housing? Because language matters, and I think from a land use perspective, this is not housing. And so is there, especially as you've done community engagement around this, I'm just curious, is that a choice? Is that normal in the industry? And is there an openness to just calling it what it is? Just because it's not housing, and there's been a lot of debate around the need for housing, especially for people facing challenges in the criminal justice system. So I just question that.
Sure. No, and I apologize if there was any confusion. My intent is certainly not to utilize the word in any sort of form that you guys would use it. In our term of art, though, those are called housing areas, and where the individuals reside, individuals in custody reside, are considered housing areas. So that's
interesting.
That's what we refer to.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio and Commissioner Remper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I had two questions. The first one is more of a clarifying question. In your response to a chair's question about the bike route, you said that the bike route is on the other side of the street, yet your rendering shows on State Street shows the city, what seems to be like city bike stations on the side of the building. Can you clarify that? And how do you anticipate the conflicts with those are where the vehicular entrances are going to be, right?
Yeah, maybe we can go to a plan. I don't know if it's going to be on the plan, no. No, it's not. So along State Street, we have the city bike station, where you can see the bulb out on the northeast corner of the site plan. So that's within the kind of drive area adjacent to between the driveway entrance and the corner of Smith and State. So that's the city bike station. And then it's not in this plan view, but there is a bike lane on Smith Street. That's the view you're referring to, I think.
Yeah, this has in the rendering, you have the bike stations on this next to the vehicular entrances. Yeah.
That's on State Street.
That's where the vehicular entrances are, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So I guess, can you clarify then, how are you anticipating the potential conflicts there? The question that the chair asked earlier?
Yep, I think when you're getting your city bike and you're either going down to Boren Place or Smith Street, you'll have to utilize the crosswalks before getting onto the bikeway. Just for Smith Street, because the bikeway is across the street before you can get on the bikeway. It's not on the street. It's a shared street on the right side, the bike lane. And then on Boren, it's adjacent to the crosswalk, so you can get on your bike right from there and go up to the bike lane.
Okay, wait, but just in this rendering, the bicycles are parked on the side of the building, not on the other side. So, and you have trucks coming in and out of the building, so you're going to have to cross the street to get to the bike. It sounds complicated.
We're looking at putting stations on both sides. We just need to be very delicate with the on-street parking that's currently allocated for that side of the street. So we're balancing between the two, but.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just wanted to underscore that sounds to be, from a transportation point of view, a little bit of a conflict area. Also, Vision Zero highlights a couple different accidents on both intersections. Something to think about.
Yes, it's a priority for us.
Thank you. The other thing was, in terms of so I had a similar question building on Commissioner Bozark's question about a solar exposure regarding ventilation. And so I'm wondering, can you, and also really interesting proposal to maximize that exposure. So I'm very interested in that, but I also just wanted to know, are there any on-site renewables planned for the building? In other words, how are you generating energy somewhere in the building? How will this ventilation work in that regard? Tell us a little bit about your potential contribution to decarbonization efforts citywide and so forth.
So we do have photovoltaics on the roof. Obviously, we're in an urban environment. We're not going to be able to produce enough energy to power this building, but it will contribute, absolutely. The building, the facility is seeking LEED Gold, so it will have an ambitious sustainability plan. And in terms of ventilation, it is mechanically for the interior of the building, it's mechanically controlled, and obviously the outdoor spaces have fresh access to fresh air.
Did you explore potential for geothermal or anything else here?
No, we did not explore geothermal.
Well, we did look at, during the early planning stages, at geothermal, and the site is primarily rock. It's just, there's very little potential for geothermal because of the nature of the subsoil condition.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And unless we have questions on Zoom, we're going to go to Commissioner Rampersad as the last question. Thank you.
I'll be quick. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of real quick questions. This building going to be steel frame or reinforced concrete?
Steel frame.
Steel frame. With regards, is there any concern about the funding to see this job through?
The project is fully funded.
Fully funded? And has the number of beds changed from what was originally projected?
Right now, it's at 1,040. So initially it was 1,250, then it went down to 886, and as discussed and based on the directive that we got from City Hall, we are at 1040 now.
1040, okay. Yeah, those have been fluctuating. Last question. I do appreciate the thought process in the design, so I just wanted to mention that. One of the things that kind of bothered me, believe it or not, are these bollards. I mean, the whole part of the sidewalk is to be, I guess, inviting. Meanwhile, you have these bollards up, and I feel like don't come here. So I know you said you're still working on that.
Yes.
I guess my last question would be, when you do have the preliminary design, schematic design ready, will you be sending that to DCP as well? You said sometime in November, I think you were talking about?
Yes, part of our commitment is to send a copy of every PDC commission that we provide to DCP staff. So they have a version of the conceptual submission that was provided a couple weeks ago, and we'll continue that moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation today to all of you, and we'll look forward to continuing this conversation. But thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next item, we're going to bring Commissioner Bozark back in. Commissioner Rampersad, this is the item where you are recused, so we're just going to give her a second to come back into the room. In fact, maybe we'll just grab.
I'm just trying to understand how much I should lower the microphone given my height or lack thereof.
Okay, we're ready for you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is actually the fifth item. It's a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendment in Brooklyn Community District 3. Presenting for the first time to the commission is Anna Gusenfeld.
All right. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I will be presenting 1289 Atlantic Avenue rezoning today. This is a private application by AA Atlantic seeking zoning map and zoning text amendment actions in order to facilitate a mixed-use development in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn Community District 3. The project area consists of all or part of 21 lots on a single block of Atlantic Avenue. The requested actions include a zoning map amendment from M11 to C45X and R6B districts, and a zoning text amendment to Appendix F to map an MIH area coterminous with the project area. These actions are intended to facilitate a 14-story, 5.6 FAR building containing a total of approximately 152,000 square feet, with approximately 115,000 square feet of residential floor area in 112 units, of which 34 would be income restricted pursuant to MIH, approximately 20,000 square feet of ground floor commercial use, and approximately 16,000 square feet of second-story community facility use. The project site is located on the border of the Bedford-Stuyvesant and Crown Heights neighborhoods. Atlantic Avenue is a 120-foot wide arterial, whereas the other streets that bound the development block, including Nostrand Avenue, New York Avenue, and Herkimer Street, are all 70-foot wide narrow streets. The Fulton Street Transit and Commercial Corridor is located one block to the north of the project area, which is itself located in a transit zone. The A and C trains run along Fulton Street, stopping at Nostrand Avenue, 2 blocks north of the development block. The Long Island Railroad runs along Atlantic Avenue, stopping in front of the site. The available buses include the B44, which travels along Nostrand and New York Avenues, and the B44 SBS available on Nostrand Avenue. Notable nearby institutions include Restoration Plaza at 1386 Fulton Street, which is also home to the offices of Community Board 3, and Public School 39 across New York Avenue from the project area. The project area covers a large portion of Block 1867, including 21 M-zoned full and partial lots comprising approximately 92,000 square feet of lot area. The full project area has approximately 550 feet of frontage along Atlantic Avenue and 147 feet of frontage along New York Avenue. The applicant-owned property consists of 6 lots on the southeast portion of the block, outlined here, comprising approximately 20,000 square feet, with 300 feet of frontage on Atlantic Avenue and 25 feet of frontage on New York Avenue. This portion of Atlantic Avenue is characterized by commercial, industrial, and mixed uses, consistent with the M11, C45D, and C82 districts mapped along its north and south frontages. Typical commercial establishments include automotive businesses, contractor offices, and showrooms, as well as several recently built hotels. Residential areas to the north and south are mapped with R6B and R6A districts. The primary housing types include 3 to 4 story brownstones, townhouses, and pre-1961 6-story apartment buildings. Institutional uses shown in blue include the aforementioned Public School 93 on New York Avenue and Restoration Plaza on Fulton Street, which is slated for redevelopment as the Restoration Innovation Campus. That property is also home to the College of New Rochelle, Brooklyn campus, and there's also the USPS office on Atlantic Avenue between Nostrand Avenue and Perry Place, just west of the project area. Apologies. Nearby open spaces include the 3.38-acre St. Andrews Playground, located 0.3 miles east of the project area, and the 7-acre Brower Park, which adjoins the Brooklyn Children's Museum, located 0.6 miles southeast of the project area, as well as the regional destinations of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and Prospect Park, which lie over 1 mile outside the project area. This neighborhood has seen several contextual rezonings since 2007, including the Bedford-Stuyvesant South and Fort Greene Clinton Hill rezonings, which were approved that year, the 2013 Crown Heights West rezoning, and all of these were intended to promote higher density residential development, including voluntary inclusionary housing, and support commercial activity along key corridors in Community District 3. Since 2016, private applications have mapped a cluster of MIH areas west of the project area between Atlantic Avenue and Dean Street. Finally, the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use plan, the project area is located immediately east of the AMUP study area, which spans 13 blocks on the north and south sides of Atlantic Avenue between Vanderbilt and Nostrand Avenues. The AMUP seeks opportunities for new housing, jobs and services, and safety improvements along this key section of the corridor. Okay. I will now proceed to show a series of project area views. So this image shows the western portion of the development site looking east along Atlantic Avenue, as well as the project area under the Nostrand Avenue elevated Long Island Railroad station. The site contains an active storage use and a vacant 2-story building, as seen here. This view, again moving east, shows the eastern portion of the development site on Atlantic Avenue that is used as surface parking, as well as, again, the project area under the Nostrand Avenue elevated Long Island Railroad station. Moving around the corner to New York Avenue, this image shows the entrance to the Nostrand Avenue Long Island Railroad station, which results in an extremely narrow 4-foot sidewalk condition. Okay. This image shows the project area, again, along Atlantic Avenue. This is the western portion of the project area, showing typical industrial and automotive businesses along this stretch of Atlantic Avenue. This image shows the midlock portion of the project area centered on Lot 72. This large partial lot contains several non-conforming residential buildings with a total of 36 units. The development site is on the far right. Now looking north along New York Avenue, this image shows non-conforming 3- to 4-story walk-ups in the M11 zone. The development site is at left on the northwest corner of New York and Atlantic Avenues. The proposed development would include approximately 150,000 square feet of floor area, and as mentioned previously, approximately 115,000 square feet of residential uses, including 112 units, with 34 being income restricted pursuant to MIH, approximately 20,000 square feet of ground floor commercial uses, and approximately 16,000 square feet of second-story community facility uses. It should be noted that this building would include 39 parking spaces as required for 50% of the market rate units, and none would be required for the income restricted units due to the development's location within a transit zone. Okay. Now, going into the proposed zoning map change. So the proposed zoning map amendment would eliminate M11 zoning on this block and replace the district with C45X and R6 districts. Now looking closely at the project area's current zoning, Block 1867 is unusually deep. The existing M11 district extends approximately 170 feet from Atlantic Avenue to the center line of the block. The abutting R6B district to the north extends approximately 170 feet from Herkimer Street. Looking closely now at the project area's proposed zoning. So the underlying M11 district would be rezoned as follows. A C45X district would be mapped to a maximum depth of 150 feet from Atlantic Avenue, extending west along the rear lot line of the development site, starting at a depth of 25 feet, proceeding to a depth of 50 feet, and then the final depth of 150 feet. The existing R6B district would be pulled down to cover in an approximately 20-foot portion of the interior lots zoned M11 beyond the 150 feet that would be changed to C45X, along with the non-conforming properties fronting New York Avenue, excluding the corner lot, which is the applicant's property. The proposed C45X district has an R7X residential equivalent, but allows location of commercial and community facility uses above the ground floor. That is considered especially important for this particular development, which again fronts an elevated train. And so the ability to locate these uses above the ground floor will ensure that residential units do not abut the noisy elevated train. The R7X is a contextual district designed to produce quality housing buildings with a more flexible envelope than an R7D district. The maximum residential floor area in R7X areas mapped with MIH is 6.0. The maximum base height in an MIH area is 105 feet, and the maximum building height on a wide street is 140 feet, or 145 with a qualifying ground floor. C45X is appropriate for the Atlantic Avenue wide street and the extensive depth of the current development site. The applicant is proposing to map MIH options 1 and 2 over the project area. Option 1 requires 25% of the residential floor area to be targeted toward households earning on average 60% of area median income, with 10% of the floor area that must be set aside for those earning 40% of the area median income on average. Option 2 requires 30% of the residential floor area to be targeted toward households earning on average 80% of area median income. Now, looking closely at the sidewalk condition along Atlantic Avenue near New York Avenue, to remedy the narrow 4-foot sidewalk between the Nostrand Avenue Long Island Railroad entrance and the existing building on the corner of Atlantic and New York Avenue shown in the photo on the left, the applicant intends to provide a clear path for the Long Island Railroad staircase of approximately 11.5 feet and a 25-foot wide public space at the corner of Atlantic and Nostrand Avenues that would replace the building currently located on that site. This application requires a racial equity report on housing and opportunity. To note, at the time when this RER was produced, the project area was located in the Crown Heights North neighborhood tabulation area. Since an update in 2021, it is now located in the abutting Bedford-Stuyvesant West neighborhood tabulation area, and I will provide figures for both accordingly. The median income in this public use microdata area is $61,213, which is greater than the median income of Brooklyn, but less than that of New York City. To note, the Bedford-Stuyvesant West neighborhood tabulation area has a higher median income of just over $68,000, but also a markedly higher risk of displacement as indicated by shading. The proposed development would provide 112 units, of which 34 would be income restricted pursuant to MIH option 2. Of these, approximately 11 would be very low income, 11 would be low income, and 12 would be moderate income units. The estimated monthly rent for households earning 80% AMI would be $1,870 for a studio to $2,780 for a 3-bedroom. The estimated average income for households earning 80% AMI would be $74,800 for a 1-person household to $132,400 for a 7-person household. This graph illustrates the percent racial and ethnic composition of the Crown Heights North Prospect Heights Puma compared to Brooklyn and the city. The population is predominantly Black and white, non-Hispanic. 48% of residents are Black non-Hispanic compared to 27% in Brooklyn and 20% citywide. 27% of residents are white non-Hispanic compared to 35% in Brooklyn and 31% citywide. 13% of residents are Hispanic Latino of any race compared to 19% in Brooklyn and 28% citywide. And finally, 4% are Asian non-Hispanic compared to 14% in Brooklyn and 16% citywide. This graph shows the change in race and ethnicity in the Crown Heights North Prospect Heights Puma compared to Brooklyn and the city from 2010 to 2020. The largest growth was seen in the Asian non-Hispanic population, which experienced a growth of 104% compared to 43% in Brooklyn and 34% citywide. The second largest percent increase is seen in the white non-Hispanic population, which grew 91% in the Puma compared to 8% in Brooklyn and no change citywide. The Hispanic Latino population also grew substantially with a 25% increase compared to 4% in Brooklyn and 7% citywide. However, the Black non-Hispanic population fell by 20% compared to 9% in Brooklyn and 5% citywide. I will note that in the updated Bedford-Stuyvesant West NTA, approximately 35% of the population is Black and has experienced a 28% decrease since 2010. The white population in the Bedford-Stuyvesant West NTA grew by 207%, more than double of the Crown Heights North Prospect Heights Puma. Okay, to summarize, this is a private application seeking a zoning map amendment from M11 to C45X and R6B districts for a property on Atlantic Avenue between Nostrand and New York Avenues in Brooklyn Community District 3. A zoning text amendment to Appendix F to map an MIH area coterminous with the project area is being sought concurrently with this application. The proposed development would be a new 14-story, 5.6 FAR building with approximately 152,000 total square feet of floor area, including residential, commercial, and community facility uses, with 112 units, of which 34 would be income restricted, and 39 accessory parking spaces. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your first presentation. Well done. I'm going to go to the Vice Chairman and Commissioner Benjamin, but before I do, a quick public service announcement that the air conditioning has been fixed here in the hearing room at 120 Broadway. So for all who are here, I know you appreciate that particular announcement. Those who are watching on YouTube, well, it's quite toasty in here. Okay, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. Thank you. The applicant is, at least at this point, is opting for option 2, MIH?
That is correct.
Yeah, which the median, the AMI, which exceeds that of the indigenous community. So I suspect the applicant will have to address that in the coming forums. This is for certification, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. And I know this has a negative deck, but it would seem to be nonetheless that a casualty of this building mass will be the backyards of those homeowners along New York Avenue, will it not? I mean, the shadow studies, I would think, would show that, right?
So I'm really glad I have this rendering up because I think it answers that question, at least in part. So because the newly mapped C4 5X district with the R7X equivalent would be located adjacent to an R6B district, a step down is required. That would reduce the shadow and visual impacts for homeowners along New York Avenue in what would now be the conforming buildings.
I see the step down, but won't the towers nonetheless impact those backyards? You don't think?
I imagine that they would to some extent, and that is why the building is designed with its particular step downs and setbacks to try to minimize that visual impact. And the proposed open space, which would be on the corner adjacent to the first of those buildings, I think is probably also partially intended to mitigate the visual and physical impact of the new development.
New Yorkers aren't guaranteed views nor perpetual sunlight, but, still have to acknowledge it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Benjamin.
Two quick questions. On the northern side of Atlantic Avenue, how many of those buildings are occupied currently?
I think I would have to get back to you with an exact number, but I would say approximately 3/4 of those buildings.
And are those businesses relocating somewhere within the district, within the city? Is the city going to help them relocate?
I understand that the applicant is required to notify owners of adjacent properties that would be included in the project area. But I am not sure if they have also notified the businesses in some of those buildings, as well as the tenants in the non-conforming residential buildings.
You may want to suggest that they get in touch with EDC, and perhaps EDC could help with some relocation. The kitchen business has, I don't know if it's active right now, but it has been very, very active, I know. So maybe the city can facilitate some relocation efforts on behalf of those businesses that would have to leave. And then number two, which is why this image is very good, you do make it, this image makes it seem as if the Long Island Railroad platform and station is semi-transparent, and it is not. How close is the edge of the apron of the train to the residential building, and what is the height of the train platform and encumbrances? Maybe they could provide a graphic of that?
So this is a drawing that was provided to the MTA by the applicant, showing dimensions for the clear path easement, the open space, and other aspects of the development.
But I can't see, maybe it's just too small.
It looks like the distance is about 26 feet.
From the building itself to the apron, or the closest part of the railroad structure is 26 feet? Because the railroad structure partially covers Atlantic Avenue. On the north side, at least one, and I think 2 lanes of the traffic are underneath the Atlantic Avenue train platform encumbrances.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sorry, I'll step in briefly here. So what my understanding of the drawing is, what our understanding of the drawing is, and we know it's difficult to see, is that the line of the elevated pedestrian walk that you see at the bottom of the screen, or that hopefully you can see at the bottom of the screen, right below Atlantic Avenue, is the portion of the elevated rail that actually does extend and cover the street below. And so this drawing here, they didn't dimension the exact dimension from that overhang to the exact building, so we'll be sure to get that. But just kind of from observation here, they did note, again, very difficult to see, but it would be about 34 feet just to the sidewalk from the elevated rail itself, is what they have dimensioned here.
Okay.
So
maybe we could check. And what is the height of the elevated subway?
Need to get back to you on the specific.
Okay, and if they could show the height of the elevated subway and what is going on in the building at that level.
Right, yeah. We'll be sure to check that. I think my understanding is that the second floor would be primarily community facility space. Is that correct? Yeah. So I believe the residences would not be on that level, because I think it's roughly around the second level of the building.
Okay.
We'll confirm all of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ina, and good to see you. Great presentation. Thank you for that. Two quick questions. One, building on Commissioner Benjamin's question and Vice Chair Knuckles' question, I appreciate when you highlighted that we're talking about a community that had a 20 to 28% decrease in African American population, or 20 or 28, depending on which neighborhood tabulation area you consider. And it sounds like when you look at the median household income per race, we have a significant difference between the groups that are growing and the groups that are in decrease. So to Vice Chair Knuckles, I really think that we should see sort of like a deeper affordability in terms of what's being proposed, to adhere to what my colleague said. The other thing is, so this is an M2R. And so I'm wondering why not MX here, given sort of like the significant amount of jobs that will be displaced, which in my mind are very close to what Seeker would actually consider an impact. So I'm wondering if you can share, or when we see this later, can we understand why not MX?
I will invite Alex to perhaps speak to that question.
Thanks. And I just, the spirit of the question is I think about this, but also largely the area. I mean, you've been hearing from the community about secondary displacement here and how big of an issue this is.
Certainly. No, I appreciate the question. I think one of the things that we want to point to, of course, is its location adjacent to the AIM-UP district, right? And that's, of course, one of the questions that's come up a lot in that study as well. We didn't necessarily, we'll of course let the applicant kind of speak to their own justification and rationale a little bit more, but from the department's point of view, we find that the C45X is a bit more appropriate in this location. While the MX district might allow some more industrial businesses to, remain or to be relocated at this portion, at this section of Atlantic Avenue particularly, we found that the mix provided by, or the mix that would be permitted by the C45X district of commercial uses, community facility uses, and residential uses is a little bit more appropriate at this location, particularly on the LIRR rail and on it and in that kind of transit-heavy area. That's one of the locations that we think is a little bit more appropriate for commercial and residential uses, but we're taking a lot of the MX uses and a lot of the manufacturing uses and identifying areas nearby that may be a little bit more appropriate given this location. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and maybe when we see it again, it would be useful to see the research behind that. Like, what are the factors or what's the evidence that have led you to understand that? I think that would be super useful for us just to understand where you see the trend, the larger trend in this area, because this is a very significant impact that the race equity report requires us to acknowledge.
Yes, absolutely. And I think one of the things the RER does show very well is also, as you noted, the significant increase in the white population and the decrease in the black population, and kind of some of those demographics really play into the need for housing at this area, we believe. And so that's another one of our rationales. But we'll certainly make sure to come back with more information about, maintaining, the mix of uses that you're seeking.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I would say that it's not just housing, though. We need to protect those businesses and those jobs as well. Otherwise, they won't be able to stay.
Yes, understood. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. This one is now certified at 1289 Atlantic Avenue. Let's move on to the next item.
We'll just establish a quorum real quick.
We have quorum until Commissioner Osorio leaves, so let's just stay until this quorum is back. Okay, back. Okay, let's go. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chair. The eighth item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permit in Manhattan Community District 11. Our presenter is Jose Trucios.
Thank you, Jose. And while you get organized for the benefit of the commission, we're going to do the pre-hearing items and the council modifications, and then we're going to assess where we are on time.
Passionate chairman.
Well, let's keep going. Chair.
We can push through.
I was just informed Jose is on the way, but we have our Queen's pre-hearing item ready to go.
Okay, yeah, we should not wait. Let's go right to the Queen's pre-hearing.
The ninth item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Queens Community District 7. Our presenter is Haikyun Yang.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Can you guys hear me?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Great, let's go. Just waiting the slide. Great, thank you. This application was certified on July 10th and is back for pre-hearing. Next slide, please. This is a private application by Marmar Realty LLC in the Flushing College Point border of Queens Community District 7 to facilitate the development of a new 9-story residential building with 415 residential dwelling units, of which approximately 113 will be affordable units with approximately 200 parking spaces. The proposed development includes a publicly accessible area in the rear of the development, which would be recorded against the property through a project component related to the environment associated with the proposed action seeker review. Next slide, please. The applicants seek a zoning map amendment from an M11 zoning district to an R7A zoning district, as well as a zoning text amendment to establish a MIH area. Next slide, please. The application was certified by the CPC on July 10th, 2023. And on September 18th, Community Board 7, Queens, voted 38 in favor and 1 against, a recommendation of approval with conditions. Their conditions included 1, eliminate any community facility use, 2, maximize the number of dwelling units to be 350 units, 3, minimize number of parking spaces to be 300 spaces, 4, Linden Place site access will be restricted to right turn southbound and no egress would be allowed, 5, provide 2 on-grades parking spaces for UPS, FedEx, Amazon delivery vehicles, and 6, provide a parking garden with approximately 34 on-grade parking spaces on Farrington Street with an appealing green space area with trees and shrubbery, and a 6-foot high estate-style fence with lighting and security as replacement to the proposed PAA. Next slide, please. And on October 12th, the Queens Borough President held a hearing on this application and submitted a recommendation of approval with conditions. These conditions included that there should be a minimum 30% goal to include MWBE firms, hiring of local residents, and working with local-based organizations and community groups for outreach and job fairs when hiring and contracting for this project. The special attention should be made to nearby NYCHA developments, including plant houses and land area gardens. There should be quarterly reporting of these hirings initiatives to the borough president and council member until the hiring goal has been reached. The applicant should pursue 415 housing units as originally proposed with the certified rezoning application. With regard to affordability, the applicant should introduce a significant number of units for families and individuals who make 30% AMI, and within the PAA, the applicant should include an active playground equipment for children. The applicant rep will be here on Wednesday to address questions raised by the commission, including unit breakdown of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom mixes, questions regarding what are the sustainable measures you anticipate to use on the development, and what was the thought process behind the PAA designed. For example, why the ping pong tables versus the playground. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I only have one question, and maybe forgive me if I missed it in your presentation. I saw that the community board had recommended fewer units, 350. The borough president has suggested stick around right there at 415. Has the applicant actually proposed any changes to the number of units that they are actually, expected or entitled to under R7A with MIH here?
That's a good question for them on Wednesday.
Okay.
It's my understanding that they were working through both the community board and the borough president's request.
I see. Okay, got it. So we'll talk to them about that on Wednesday. Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions here? Okay, we will pick this up on Wednesday. Thank you very much. We'll see you for a public hearing. Thanks.
Okay. We're going to go back to the 8th item on our agenda. This is a pre-hearing review of a zoning map, zoning text, and special permit in Manhattan City District 11. Our presenter is Jose Trucios.
Hello, Jose.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for staying later today. It's been a lot of projects. See when it loads. Hello, this is 226 3rd Avenue, which certified back in May. Some of you remember this project. It's going to be the first life and science building in East Harlem. The actions were a zoning map amendment to rezone the residential portion of the lot and to a special permit to allow the reduction of loading berths from 3 to 1, as well as a text amendment to map MIH in the area and modify the boundaries of the East Harlem corridor. The project is located in Community Board 11. The public review commenced on May, and on September 26, the Manhattan Community Board approved the application with the following conditions: that the developer commits to local hiring for both construction and post-construction employment opportunities. And in summary, the other two conditions are to remove the lots, adjacent lots 38, 39, and 40 from the project area so that these are not affected by the text amendment or the any other further action. The applicant has committed to, as you know, this project was already partially already completed on the development, but there was some type of union utilized as part of the construction, no local union, but some other type of union labor. The applicant has committed to, in case there is some outfit or something that needs to add scope within the building for a potential tenant, to reach out to local community union members and labor. The Board of President also approved the applications and the recommendation where, emphasizing that this project will further the goals of the city to position New York City as the leader of life and science in the area. And again, the building is already, partially completed. It's 145 feet, 10 floors. The reduction of the loading berth allows for one, loading berth instead of 3, and allowing for the life and science completely use in the entirety of the building. This further emphasizing the presentation you heard earlier on proposal number 8, where, life and science facilitation of different uses, not requiring a special permit, not requiring a zoning map amendment, but allowing these type of uses to actually prevail. And as well as the loading berth waivers, who actually are, hurting a little some of these particular uses, because if it was commercial use, it will only require 1, but given the use group 9A, which is currently occupied, it requires 3. So the applicant necessitates, is required to have this special permit to reduce this loading berth. And that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Just a quick clarification from me. So we've got the as of right. It's being constructed as an as of right. We've got the special permit to reduce the number of loading berths here. And with the action here, the as of right is mixed use with 2 use groups 4 and 9. With the action, you get life sciences use group 9A.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the community board's recommendation for removing 38, 39, and 40 from this application? What is the meaning of that and the relevance of that? What are they trying to accomplish?
Right. Because of this action, lots 38, 39, and 40 will increase the commercial FAR to 7.2 for the existing 3.4. So increasing the commercial FAR of the adjacent lots. It was, decided between the applicant and the Department of City Planning that this may actual land use rationale because we are rezoning the entire frontage of the west side of their avenue, as you can see in here. So we extended the entirety of the West Avenue and including the portion, the residential portion into the commercial, into the East Harlem Corridor district. And I'm trying to see the text amendment. Yes. So the text amendment refers specifically to the west side of their avenue between 121st Street and 122nd Street will increase the residential FR to 7.2. I just wanted to point out also that the environmental assessment, which, gave a negative declaration, found that there no potential increase for the developments on lot 38, 39, and 40 because they're already constructed in the negative declaration that was stated.
Oh, okay, so I'm sorry. So in the wait, keep it back on the words.
Right.
Choose your words.
Yeah, I will choose my words, and I want to look at the words too while we're doing it.
Right. So essentially, what the community board is saying to remove the additional 3 lots, north of what you see on their avenue, which is 40, 39, and 38, which are currently occupied by a 4-story building, a 3-story building, and another 3-story building from the project area, so that these are no, their commercial FR is no increase for potential development.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. Other questions?
Yes.
Vice Chair Knuckles?
Thank you, Jose. I think this is an excellent project for East Harlem. Aside from the medically related jobs that will, naturally occur here, do you have an estimate of what the number of, support jobs that might be created and thus more accessible for the local community?
I don't have those figures right now. It's said that, NYC Life and Science managed by EDC have better figures on the projected general life and science sector. The applicant will be here on Wednesday to perhaps answer those particular questions. One of the issues with this project has been the, not having an actual tenant, a potential sponsor for the project. So without that, we are not able to see what type of specific life and science, management there will be. So hard to estimate the number of jobs. But
I see. Thank you.
Sorry, just following up on the chair's question, the request to remove those lots is to reduce the commercial FAR. Could you just say more about why there's a request to reduce the commercial?
Right. So initially we wanted to have, this is a C46 district, which is, already mapped in the area. C46 allow for a 3.5 FAR. Given the actual, floor plate of this building, the area needed to be a little bit higher than the 3.5. This specific permit does not max the actually allowed height of the C46 district plus the 7.2. So this is 145 feet. What is actually allowing here is 235 feet. If we were to, map a different, a different zoning district, which is more in line with what the proposed will be a C47, will, potentially have trigger an environmental impact statement, but also would have an issue of no alignment with what is currently existing in their avenue, because their avenue is in primarily all C46, as you can see in this, in terms of what is a commercial district in here. And it's more intended to the actual mixed-use development of, residential and commercial for that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just also want to clarify, the reason why those other lots were included is to create a more holistic provision for the block rather than only apply this increased
FAR to the C46 on the development site itself, just to have a clearer land use rationale for the entire block, since it does front on 3rd Avenue and could potentially accommodate that increase in FAR, even though those 3 development sites to the north are unlikely to do so.
Okay, that's helpful context and makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Okay. Great. We're in business. This one will be off to a public hearing on Wednesday. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Let us move on to the council mods.
The 10th item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for the South Richmond zoning relief zoning text amendment in Staten Island Community District 3. Our presenter is Katie Ferrar-Ianeto.
All right, thank you. Good. Oops, do I have to toggle through these? I'll wait. It's off. Let everybody reset. Coming strong. Thank you. Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for being here with us. And I just have a quick update on the South Richmond zoning relief, which you voted on in August. But on October 17th of this year, City Council's Land Use Committee voted to recommend certain modifications to South Richmond zoning relief, and the department has reviewed these modifications and determined that they are within the scope of the CPC approval. But I'm here to present a brief summary of the modifications, which were also in your package. So there's 3, I would say, material modifications, as well as a handful of minor edits that you saw. So the first council modification adds vesting allowance for authorizations and certifications that were already approved by the CPC. So this ensures that projects that were already reviewed for work like tree removals and topography change, but which just have not yet received DOB approvals, would not be required to reapply to the CPC for approval under the new zoning text. Second, the council modified the extent of the applicability of the arterial streets provisions on Arthur Kill Road. And third, the text on certification and authorization applicability for subdivisions proposed on plan review sites, so those are sites over an acre, have been modified to clarify that the CPC would review subdivisions and reapportionments on those lots, but not lot mergers. That was not the intent. And so lastly, as I mentioned, the text modifications from City Council included various minor editorial and syntactical corrections that you saw. So those were things like correcting the alphabetical order of items on our definitions list and adding words like authorization for to sections heading, just to make it consistent with other section titles across the text. I noted the department believes all changes are within the scope of the CPC approval, but I am here for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like they're within scope. Anything here that keeps you up at night?
Absolutely not. Thank you for asking.
Okay, great. Okay, that's terrific. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, they seem like reasonable changes to me, and that's great. So without any other questions here, I'm going to seek assent by voice vote to send a letter to the City Council. The modifications are, in fact, within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Great. Thank you. Congrats again. This is really exciting, Staten Island team. Our first official neighborhood-wide plan here, so congrats. All right, this is in scope. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda.
The 11th item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for 703 Myrtle Avenue rezoning in Brooklyn Community District 3. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment to Appendix F, removing MIH Option 2 and adding the deep affordability option. And staff believe this modification is within scope.
Great. Any questions? Seeing none, well, I seek assent by a voice vote to send a letter to the council that these modifications are within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay? Great. Thank you. The ayes have it. Sarah, let's talk about what else is next on the agenda for today.
Okay, we're going to go back up to the second item on our agenda. This is a certification of a zoning map amendment in Queens Community District 4. Our presenter is Nicole Pavez.
Great. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or evening. We hit the 5 o'clock mark.
Early.
Yeah. Great. Today I'll be presenting on 8001 Broadway Commercial Overlay. Oh no. There we go. This is a private application in the Elmhurst neighborhood of Queens in Community District 4. The applicant proposes a zoning map amendment from an R7A zoning district to an R7A zoning district with a C24 overlay. The proposed project area is in Elmhurst, which is in north central Queens. The project area has frontage on Broadway, Baxter Avenue, and Petite Avenue. Elmhurst Hospital is located 1 block west from the project area. The area has good access to public transit with the Elmhurst Avenue station servicing the EFR subway lines 3 blocks southeast of the project area, and the 74th Street Roosevelt Avenue station servicing the 7EF and R subway lines north of the project area. And there are also numerous bus lines also servicing the area. The project area is mapped with an R7A district. The surrounding area consists of residential and community facility uses. The area 1 block southeast of the project also has an R7A zoning district, but includes a C13 overlay. The surrounding area mostly consists of 6-story residences with a few ground floor commercial uses. The project area consists of block 1509, lots 1, and parts of lots 6 and 7. This slide shows a bird's eye view of the project area displayed with the dashed line from the corner of Broadway and Baxter Avenue. As you can see, there are 6-story residential buildings along Baxter Avenue and Broadway. Here we have a view facing northeast of the project area from Petite Avenue. This is a view facing northwest from Baxter Avenue and Broadway. There are commercial spaces on the ground floor of the building, including a law office, a surgical supply store, a pharmacy, a subway, and and there is a preschool on the 2nd floor. And finally, a view of the project area facing southwest from Broadway. Additional retail use includes a post office, a hardware store, and a laundromat. The applicant seeks a zoning map amendment to map a C24 commercial overlay on an existing R7A zoning district. This amendment would bring existing commercial uses into conformance and allow for more flexible commercial uses. Applicant does not seek redevelopment, but the applicant would like to have the flexibility to invite new tenants in the future. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, let me know.
Great. Thank you. Can you just say for a moment why they're seeking C24 as opposed to a C13?
Yes, so the C13 has fewer commercial choices, and there would be more flexibility with the C24, and then there was also a lower parking requirement for C24 commercial overlays.
Great, and also apropos to today, the day that we referred out City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, we are collapsing some of those differentials between C1 and C2 as well. So I will just note that. Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So these existing businesses are non-conforming under the current zoning.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So they've been operating, quote unquote, illegally, right? I mean, how were they able to get C of O's?
Right. These businesses, I know there have been businesses in this area prior to the zoning resolution in 1961. I don't know about like specific details of like the specific businesses, but.
Yeah, and then perhaps illegal is too harsh a term, but.
Legally non-conforming.
Legally non-conforming.
There since the 1920s, apparently.
Yeah.
Commercial businesses here, right?
Yeah, since the 1920s.
And 2 years does not last.
But if they burn down.
Wow.
Yeah, I just, well, then how were they, if they were not in conformance, how were they able to get certificates of occupancy?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can get back to you on that, on how they were able to get the certificate of occupancy.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a valid question.
clear that the city has greater challenges, but this is just a little peculiarity that I'm curious about.
I would venture to say that their C of O pre-exist these stores taking occupancy at the time. If the building's been around since 1920, they probably have a C of O dating back to then, or the 50s. And
no, but I would think each business would have to.
No. Once they have a use group C of O for the building,
right,
any business that comes in that's that use group or below gets to.
Just assumes that.
Yeah, until there's a 2-year discontinuance or all 4 walls burned down or are destroyed in some way.
or more than major renovation, 50% plus of the space. So we trigger that.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So, item 2, 8001 Broadway is now certified. Sarah, let's do one more.
The third item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permits in Brooklyn Community District 3. Our presenter is Jesse Hirakawa.
Hello.
Go right ahead. We've got, Jesse, you ready to go?
Yep.
Go right ahead as soon as you're ready.
When the presentation's up, I'll get started. But yes, this is a certification for 281 and 311 Marcus Garvey Boulevard. And this is a private application by Omni New York LLC. The project is located in the middle to eastern area of the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Brooklyn Community District 3. The applicant is seeking multiple actions that will facilitate the development of 2 mixed-use buildings, approximately 140,000 square feet, with ground floor, community facility, and commercial uses, with residential above, where all 154 units are being proposed as income-restricted housing. Additionally, publicly accessible open space and existing open space improvements for the residents are being proposed. To facilitate the proposal, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone the rezoning area from the existing zoning to an R7A C24 district, a zoning text amendment to establish an MIH area coterminous with the rezoning area, and lastly, a CPC special permit to establish a large-scale general development to allow the distribution of floor area across the site, modify height and setback regulations, and reduce parking requirements. For more context on where we are today, from the aerial perspective, you're going to notice that on the project area is at the bottom of the screen, looking out towards downtown Brooklyn and Manhattan. You can see that we're well embedded in the central part of Bed-Stuy. A few blocks to the south of the project area is the 13th Regiment Armory that is currently operated by the Department of Homeless Services as a shelter. The Raymond Bush and Herbert Von King playgrounds are within a few blocks of the project area. Existing buildings in the surrounding area include a concentration of multifamily 3- to 6-story housing buildings that reflect the brownstone row houses that are common in the Bed-Stuy neighborhood. Looking closer around the project area, along the north and south avenues, there are mixed-use multifamily residential buildings with ground floors that contain local retail and office spaces, while the mid-blocks consist of a majority of the row houses and infill housing that we're familiar with. Community facility uses are also prevalent within the surrounding area, with several educational institutions, houses of worship, and playgrounds. Subways that serve the surrounding area include the A and C line that are to the south, about 0.8 of a mile to the south at Fulton. The J and Z train are on Broadway to the east, about 0.9 of a mile, and the G train at Bedford and Nostrand are about 0.8 of a mile to the west. Additionally, the B15, 38, 43, and 52 bus lines serve the surrounding area, connecting the project area to multiple neighborhoods in Brooklyn and Queens. The project area consists of all the lots that are affected by the proposed actions, and this includes two separate zoning lots that are highlighted in blue. There's one on the top and one on the bottom. The applicant owns all the buildings within these zoning lots, which consists of 5 existing 6-story residential buildings, where all 315 units are rent regulated. There's also a 1-story parking garage in the middle that serves the residents, and 2 non-residential buildings on the left sides of the lot. As a quick background, the 5 existing housing buildings that I just talked about, they're also known as the Medgar-Evers apartments that were built back in, by the existing zoning of R6 of the time back in 1972. This is around the time when the state was taking on a lot of housing infill projects. The applicant acquired the property in 2010 and rehabilitated them the following year through financing with the NYC Housing Department Corporation, HDC. The northern lot, the one on the top of the screen, totals approximately 87,000 square feet of lot area and is built out to 2.17 FAR. The bottom zoning lot includes approximately 83,000 square feet of lot area and is built out to 2.16 FAR, so roughly the same. I'm going to note that the applicant is not proposing to alter or remove any of the existing rent-regulated housing buildings in these project area. The applicant is only looking at redeveloping the 2 non-residential buildings on the left side there at Marcus Garvey Boulevard that is highlighted in black, identified Development Site A and B. Development Site A on top is 281 Marcus Garvey Boulevard. It's a 2-story building that consists of a boxing gym and a child care center. Development Site B on the bottom is 311 Marcus Garvey Boulevard and is a 1-story building consisting of a medical office, restaurant, and supermarket. Some real quick land use history here. In 2007, the project area was included in the Bedford-Stuyvesant South rezoning, which changed the original zoning from an R6 to the current R6A, R6B, R6A with C24, R6B with C24, with the goal to preserve neighborhood scale and character while allowing for residential growth and to facilitate affordable housing along key corridors. In 2012, the Bedside North rezoning was adopted, which is slightly to the north of this project area, extended contextual districts immediately to the north of the project area, and rezoned block frontages to R6A on both sides of Marcus Garvey Boulevard, with the goal to allow for modest residential growth and opportunities for affordable housing along key corridors as well. As a result of these two rezonings, the project area and its surrounding area is extensively mapped as R6B districts, with primary corridors such as Marcus Garvey Boulevard and Gates Avenue mapped with higher districts like C6A with some C2-4 commercial overlays. All the streets within this area are 70 feet wide. R6A zoning districts are contextual residential districts with quality housing regulations that allow for a maximum FAR of 3.6 with inclusionary housing. Buildings have a maximum height of 85 feet under qualifying ground floor regulations. And also C2-4 commercial overlays are the overlays, with a range of local serving commercial uses with a maximum FAR of 2. R6B zoning districts typically facilitate contextually lower density residential buildings, allowing a maximum FAR of 2.2 with inclusionary housing and a maximum community facility FAR of 3. Buildings are permitted to a maximum base height of 30 to 40 feet, and after a setback, a maximum height of 55 feet with qualifying ground floors. Lastly, I'll note back in 2016, under zoning for quality and affordability was adopted, and it designated this area as a transit within the transit zone. The first photo takes us to the most northern area of the site. We're looking at Development Site A on the corner of Marcus Garvey and Quincy Street, where the 2-story building that contains the boxing gym and the daycare center highlighted as Development Site A. Moving east along Quincy Street, you'll notice the project area is adjacent to residential row houses that was mentioned earlier, and the existing conditions here right on the edge is a kind of a platform gated area that serves as storage for Development Site A. Moving to the intersection of Marcus Garvey Boulevard and Gates Avenue, you'll notice an existing gated residential plaza that is paved with some seating at the corner between these two buildings. Turning to the right, looking south towards zoning lot 2, you'll notice that the existing building goes right up to the street at Marcus Garvey Boulevard, and as you move more south, there's a landscaped area then moving on to the one-story non-residential building where development site B is. Moving more south, but looking at development site B at the corner of Monroe and Marcus Garvey Boulevard, you'll see that's where the grocery store is with the medical office and the restaurant that's occupying that one-story building. I'm going to note that there's a highlight for lot 79, which is in the rezoning boundaries. That's part of the project area. And lot 79 is a 2,000 square foot lot that is improved with a 4-story multifamily walk-up building that has 6 units, which was altered back in '94. This site is not expected to be redeveloped. Moving within the project area, we're looking at the existing parking garage that serves the residents between 2 residential buildings, all of which will remain. This is another view looking down Gates Avenue between the residential buildings, all of which you see will be remaining as well. And for this last image, we're going to the far east side of the project area along Lewis Avenue, and we're looking at the buildings on the project area. And on the right, you'll notice a curb cut with surface parking, which runs along the rear that serves the residents. The applicant is proposing to develop 2 new affordable housing developments in the location of development sites A and B. I'm going to call them Building A and Building B from now on, totaling approximately 140,000 square feet with approximately 155 dwelling units, all of income-restricted housing. Yeah. These units will be provided pursuant under MIH1 because that's what's being mapped. The base of the 2 buildings includes approximately 19,000 square feet of commercial and community facility uses. Additionally, new and improved landscape courtyards for the residents and 2 publicly accessible sidewalk widenings are also being proposed. Building A is a newly constructed 10-story building at approximately 82,000 square feet of floor area with approximately 15,000 square feet of commercial and community facility on the bottom 2 floors. The building will rise to a total height of 105 feet after setting back 15 feet above the 7th floor. Additionally, a 5-foot sidewalk widening of publicly accessible open space is being proposed on the western side. Building B will be a newly constructed 10-story building, totaling approximately 59,000 square feet of floor area with approximately 4,700 square feet of commercial and community facility uses on the ground floor with residential above. The building will also rise to a total height of 105 feet after setting back 15 feet after the 7th floor. Similar to the open space provided along Building A, there will also be a 5-foot sidewalk widening planting strip, which is with some shade trees as well. As part of a large-scale general development site plan, which is outlined in blue, open space improvements adjacent to the buildings are being proposed. Highlighted in yellow, the existing landscaped areas between these existing residential buildings will be improved with planting areas and seating areas for the residents. An open space above the existing parking garage will also be updated with improved recreational amenities. Along Marcus Garvey Boulevard, which is on the left, highlighted in green, a 5-foot sidewalk widening area will be publicly accessible space. We're looking at that public widening now on the 5-foot sidewalk widening area, which will be publicly accessible with shade trees and bicycle parking spots along the street. Additionally, we're looking at the base of Building A, where there will be an additional 3,300 square foot private courtyard that will be accessible from the street, and residential lobby, which comprises of seating and landscaping areas. Lastly, the applicant has stated that no landscape areas are going to be removed in order to construct the 2 new buildings. Both buildings will be constructed in the location of the 2- and 1-story non-residential buildings. The existing buildings within the project area are going to stay as is. I use the following slides to quickly walk through the actions, starting with the zoning map amendment, which is to rezone a portion of the rezoning area from a mix of R6A, C24, R6B, C24, R6A, and R6B to R7A, C24 zoning district. This rezoning boundary consists of approximately, or exactly, 100 feet depth to the east of Marcus Garvey Boulevard on block 1629 and 1634. R7A zoning districts facilitate contextual medium-density residential districts, housing, allowing a maximum residential FAR of 4.6 with inclusionary housing and a community facility FAR of 4. Under inclusionary housing, the maximum building base height is 75 feet, which then the building must set back to a maximum building height of 95 feet with qualifying ground floors. The proposed C24 commercial overlay allows a range of local serving commercial uses at a maximum FAR of 2, which results typically in the ground floor retail and services that we all know in mixed-use buildings. The applicant seeks to amend Appendix F to designate the project area as a mandatory inclusionary housing MIH area pursuant to Option 1. Option 1 requires that affordable housing be set aside at 25% of the residential floor area at an average of 60% of the AMI. Within that 25%, at least 10% must be at 40% AMI. And so regardless actually of this percentage, the applicant is still proposing that all 155 units are going to be income restricted between the 30 to 80 AMI range, 30 to 80% AMI range. The applicant is also seeking a special permit for a large-scale general development for a series of bulk waivers to facilitate the proposed developments. These include a series of waivers related to distributing floor area without regards to zoning district boundaries and to grant modifications to the height and setback regulations. The special permit requires that the CPC define the distribution of floor area, open space, dwelling units, and the location of the building will result in a better site plan and a better relationship to the streets. The applicant has stated to meet these findings, the proposal promotes a better site plan and increases the public health and safety of the residents by including converted underutilized open areas into residential courtyards, a wider and landscaped sidewalk, and upgrades to deteriorating and outdated play equipment. The applicant has additionally stated that the waivers are necessary to allow for more efficient unit layouts and to increase the overall income restricted unit count within the proposed buildings. The first portion of this special permit is to allow for the distribution of zoning floor area without regards to the zoning district boundaries. So building A on top includes approximately 1,400 square feet of floor area to distribute from the R7A portion to the R6B portion of the first zoning lot. Building B includes 4,700 square feet of floor area to be distributed from the R6A portion to the R7A portion. All the zoning districts here permit residential uses, so therefore the distribution of this bulk across the boundaries is permitted. Additionally, pursuant to Section 74743, the applicant is requesting to increase the permitted height for buildings A and B above the maximum permitted bulk envelopes of the proposed R7A at an additional 20 feet and an additional 5 feet in base height. And also within the existing R6B district, an additional 10 feet for the overall envelope. I'm going to go through the next few slides to show the diagrams of these waivers. This is a section cut through building A. Highlighted in blue, you can see where the height modifications are being requested. Starting from the right side, we're facing Marcus Garvey Boulevard. You'll see the base height is being asked to go from 75 to 85 feet. Moving towards the middle, you'll notice that the maximum height is going from 95 to 115. And moving to the left, there's a request to modify the maximum building height and base height within 25 feet of the adjacent R6B district, from 65 to 115 and 80 feet respectively. Looking at the same building but rotating the cut, you'll see the maximum height from 95 to 115 and the base height from 75 to 85. Moving to building B, the building on the bottom, the same modifications are being asked from the maximum base height and building heights are being requested, 75 to 80, 95 to 115, and also the maximum height and base heights within 25 feet of the R6B district, which you see that sliver on the right side. Looking at the same building but rotating the cut, same thing you'll see, 95 to 115 for overall height and 75 to 80 for the base. Lastly, the applicant is requesting a CPC special permit pursuant to Section 74-532 to reduce the required parking within the project area. So back in 1972, when this project area was constructed under the existing R6 zoning district at the time, the parking requirements were pretty high and stated that 122 parking spaces were required for the top lot, 112 spaces were required for the bottom lot, totaling in a requirement for 234 parking spaces in total. Since the applicant acquired the development from HDFC back in 2010, there was only 118 parking spaces on the lots. Therefore, the applicant is seeking to waive the missing 116 required spaces that is in connection to the use of the existing residential buildings, while maintaining or retaining the existing 118 parking spaces that are there. Pursuant to Local Law 78 of 2021, the application requires a racial equity report of housing and opportunity because it increases the residential floor area by at least 50,000 square feet. The applicant states that the proposal would produce 155 income-restricted housing units in a location that has an annual median household income of approximately $65,000, which is lower than the estimated average income of a household earning of 80% AMI in NYC. In 2020, 4% of the population in Bed-Stuy identified as Asian non-Hispanic, roughly 10 to 12% lower than the rest of the borough and city, respectively. At its highest, 40% of the population in Bed-Stuy identify as Black non-Hispanic, where there was a decline down to 27% within Brooklyn and 20% within the city. 19% of the population in Bed-Stuy and Brooklyn identified as Hispanic or Latino, with an increase to 28% within the city. 31% of the population in Bed-Stuy and the rest of New York City identified as white, not Hispanic. When shifting to the percentage change in race and ethnicity from 2010 to 2020, the Asian non-Hispanic population in Bed-Stuy increased at the highest rate of 147%, and dropping down to 34% increases in Brooklyn and New York City, respectively. The Black non-Hispanic population in Bed-Stuy decreased by 24%, with smaller decreases at 9% and 5% for Brooklyn and New York City, respectively. The Hispanic Latino population in all areas, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, and New York City, has seen similar smaller increases from 4% to 7%. The white non-Hispanic population in Bed-Stuy has increased by 130% and 8% in Brooklyn. However, there has been 0% change from New York City as a whole. In summary, the applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment to rezone the project area, a portion of the project area from the existing zoning to R7A, a zoning text amendment to establish an MIH area coterminous to the rezoning area, and a CPC special permit to establish the large-scale general development, to distribute floor area without regards to zoning lot boundaries, modify height and setback regulations, and lastly, reduce parking requirements. These actions will facilitate the development of 2 new constructed buildings containing 155 income-restricted units at 10 stories with approximately 20,000 square feet of commercial and community facility uses. Additionally, improved residential open spaces around the project area and approximately 1,100 square feet of publicly accessible open space that will result in sidewalk widenings that consist of bike racks, trees, and landscaping. This completes my presentation, and thank you for following along.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Just one question from me, and then Commissioner Benjamin. The special permit, the large-scale plan, which allows the distribution of floor area across zoning boundaries. Just to clarify, it is Building A that has floor area that we are specifically, through this special permit, enabling to be transferred to Building B. Is that correct?
That's actually, sorry, I may have spoken wrong about that.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you spoke wrong. I may have just misunderstood, which is also possible. Tell us what exactly we're doing, because I just wanted to understand what we are enabling through that transfer.
Of course. So, that's not what I meant to do. It's acting on its own. So Building A, oh no. I'm going to stop touching for a moment, but Building A, both buildings actually straddle a zoning district boundary, right? And so under, zoning, you're only allowed to build a certain amount of FAR per the zoning district. So Building A straddles R7A on the left and R6B on the right. They're asking if you could technically overbuild a little on R6B, right? So they're pushing the FAR from R7A to R6B.
Just on A.
That's for A. For B, oh, there we go. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. For B, they're also asking to push the floor area over. But it's also basically going from the R6A portion to the R6B portion.
Just within
its own building. It's basically shifting the FAR within the building, just moving it within the building itself.
Okay.
It's only because it's straddling a district boundary.
Got it. Okay, I misunderstood. I thought perhaps you were taking some of the development rights from A and moving to B, but you're just taking A within A and B within B, but they're cross zoning districts within them. Okay, good. Commissioner Benjamin.
Just one quick question. Is the developer doing anything for the other buildings that are part of this development? You said something about better arrangements. Mm-hmm. So are any of these apartments being upgraded, or how is that working?
It's part of our conversations, not yet, but we could definitely make sure the applicant speaks to that. So far, the only improvements to the residential existing residents is the improved open space and landscape areas that has been discussed as part of the application. Yes.
And how did the applicant come to acquire this? I assume this was a city-sponsored project way back in 1972, and that perhaps this was an urban renewal area?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a developer who developed it. And something happened, and some of the developer's interest was sold to this new group.
Yeah.
And the original developer still has an interest in this development?
I see where you're kind of going through that. I don't think I'm able to fully answer that question, but I could definitely make sure that they speak to a little more of the history, or we can get back to you about that.
Yeah, I want to understand how this whole structure happened and what the benefit, if any. I understand that new developer X wants to build new housing, but all those people in the existing housing may be looking at it and thinking, what about us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Bozark?
Do we have a sense of what term sheets they plan to use for these projects? Okay. Do we have a sense of what term sheets they plan to use for these?
They shared to us that they're going to look at the ELA term sheets.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Jesse. This item is now certified. And what we are going to do is we're going to take items 4, 6, and 7, and we're going to pick them up on Wednesday, either right before or right after our public hearing. Sarah, do we have an order of operations that is preferential there?
Preferred order would be the regularly scheduled public meeting. Close that out, and then we'll do a special review session to continue today's agenda.
Great, that's what we'll do. So with that, I thank you all for your time and attention today. We are adjourned. We will see you Wednesday at 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Good agenda today.